Chapter 1066. After a month of silence, he had improved his cultivation and strength. Chunzong was ready to set off for the Cloud Gate Peak again. Without spending any contribution points, Chunzong directly entered the Void Demon Island through the portal again. Chunzong had the experience of entering the teleportation gate before, so he was familiar with the route this time. He didn't stop and left the teleportation gate's protective range, heading in the direction of the Demon Lake. After a month, Chunzong entered again, but he was still blocked by many demons. They wanted to kill Chunzong and devour Chunzong's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of cultivators contained a unique power. To demons, it was like a tonic, especially for cultivators who had tempered their bodies. The energy contained in their flesh and blood was even more abundant. To demons, it was even more effective. Slash, slash, slash. Chunzong kept slashing with his sword to kill demons. He did not need to use any special swordsmanship. He could kill any demon in the outer area with a casual slash. He entered the central area and approached the lake. The three-headed snake demon was the owner of the lake, but it had been killed by Chunzong a month ago. After a month, the lake had a new owner. Many level 4 demons and level 5 demons besieged Chunzong. They roared and wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. Unfortunately, when the sword light passed by, their bodies were cut off one after another, and a fishy smell filled the air. The demons in the lake were also alarmed, and they broke out of the water. This was a demon with the head of a ferocious fish. Its back was covered with sharp spikes. When it opened and contracted, it looked like a folding fan. Each of the spikes was incomparably sharp. They were 1/2 meter short and 1 meter long. It was as if they could pierce through the heavens. This big-headed fish demon, which was covered with dark green scales, opened its big mouth full of spikes, as if it was laughing strangely. Its green eyes were frightening. It was holding a 3-meter-long spike in its hand. It was slightly curved, as if it was made from the bones of some kind of demon. It was very scary and cold. Human. I haven't eaten human for a long time. Delicious flesh and blood. As it spoke in a strange and rough voice, turbid saliva flowed out from the gaps between its fangs, and a sour stench assaulted their nostrils. At the same time, the big-headed fish devil also charged forward. The 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely cold force. It was like a black stream of light. As soon as he attacked, he crossed hundreds of meters to assassinate Chunzong. Very soon, another elite level 6 demon. Chunzong was secretly surprised. Obviously, the pressure this fish demon gave him was no less than that of the 3-headed snake demon. However, Chunzong's cultivation had improved, and his strength had increased. A mere elite demon of level 6 posed no threat to him. Therefore, in the face of this fish demon's attack, Chunzong was obviously very calm. Just as the pitch-black bone spear stabbed in front of him, Chunzong stepped out. His figure was as light and swift as a crane, extremely flexible. With a flash of sword light, there was a sound of metal clashing. The bone spear was swung away, and the sword light was extremely sharp. It went forward like a meteor breaking through the sky and cut through the big-headed fish devil. The scales of the fish devil were very tough and had amazing defensive power, but under Chunzong's sword, they were like pieces of paper. They were directly cut open without any hindrance. Even if the fish devil's body was much thicker than Chunzong's, it could not resist the sharpness of this sword. After killing the fish devil, Chunzong immediately dived into the bottom of the lake. His soul sense quickly spread out, and he quickly searched for and collected. Last time, Chunzong had collected more than 200 demonic spirit crystals, and there were still some left. However, when Chunzong had collected more than 100 crystals, a large number of fiendish demons had rushed over from other parts of the central district. After putting a few demon spiritual crystals into the storage ring, Chunzong broke out of the water. With a slash of his long sword, swordlight swept out and beheaded a few demons nearby. His eyes locked on a figure flying in the air. It was a male eagle demon, the one that chased him a month ago. Human, you dare to come again. The hawk demon also recognized Chinzong and was furious. His killing intent erupted like a volcano, and a shocking killing intent swept out. He leaped into the air and flapped his extremely sharp wings. Numerous extremely sharp wind blades broke through the air and blasted towards Chinzong. He opened his claws, and a cold light shot out in all directions. He tore through the air and grabbed at Chinzong. The eagle demon's speed was extremely fast, and it fell from the sky at an angle. Its momentum was even more shocking. If it was a month ago, Chinzong would definitely dodge this attack. But now, Chinzong did not intend to dodge. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils were like needles, emitting a shocking cold light. His body moved forward slightly, and the dark light sword slashed out. Silk-like sword light shuttled around his body like needles and threads, as if it was weaving something. In an instant, 999 silk-like sword lights surrounded his body. Each of them was white and looked very dazzling. Thousands of clouds surged, and the light of the clouds poured in. The 999 silk-like sword lights also condensed into one in an instant, and Chinzong's sword slashed out, tearing the sky. It was as if it was cutting yin and yang and splitting heaven and earth. The finger-thick cloud-white sword light filled the eagle demon's eyes, and it was extremely shocked. Its body suddenly stopped in midair, and a terrifying force rushed forward like a sharp awl. The awl was instantly torn apart by the sword light. The eagle demon's body suddenly flapped its wings, and with a shocking speed, rushed to the side like lightning. It was just a bit slower, and the sword light slashed past, and one of its wings was immediately cut open. The wings were connected to the body, and the pain of being torn apart was indescribable. The eagle demon could no longer fly and fell from the sky. But it was ferocious by nature, and even though it was injured and fell, it did not panic and quickly adjusted. However, Chinzong attacked again, and the second cloud-white sword light tore through the sky. After losing a wing, its strength was reduced, and it was unable to dodge, and the sword light slashed through it. It was cut in two. After killing the eagle demon, Chinzong's body flashed, and he instantly attacked with his sword, picking a storage ring from the eagle demon's finger. That's right, the storage ring on the eagle demon's finger did not belong to it, but to the cultivator it killed. Attacking with his sword, he killed the other demons one after another. Under the tyrannical strength, except for the level 6 demons with super bloodline who could fight with Chinzong, the other level 6 demons were no match for him at all and could not even resist one attack. Kill, kill, kill. The corpses of the demons piled up, and the blood of the demons made the ground even darker. Chinzong's expression changed slightly as a strong sense of fear swept over him. He hurriedly looked ahead and could vaguely see a blood-red color permeating the air. It was as if a blood cloud was rolling over and was approaching at an astonishing speed. Go! Muttering to himself, Chinzong quickly turned around and performed the heavenly crane, chasing the wind with all his strength, leaving at an astonishing speed. The bloody cloud was the source of the threat, which meant that the demons coming were very powerful, and he could not fight against them. That direction was also the inner area, and demons from the inner area were coming, and their target was probably him. Level 7 or even level 8 demons. In short, he was no match for them, and had to leave or he would die here. Rushing through the central area and entering the outer area, the bloody cloud had also arrived at the lake. It paused, staring at the corpse of the eagle demon. It was a dark red demon with a height of 3 meters. Its head was like that of a vicious dragon, with 2 sharp horns and a few fleshy feelers. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it looked incomparably strong. Every muscle was filled with explosive power. There were sabers at the joints of its arms, which were half a meter long. Its 5 fingers were sharp, and its nails were as sharp as the tip of a sword. There were thorns on its knees, and scimitar-like sharp blades on both sides of its ankles. It seemed that this demon was incomparably terrifying, and its aura was extremely frightening. It was just like a killing machine. After a short pause, and looking at the corpse of the eagle demon, the demon moved again, turning into a bloody lightning, and rushed in the direction of Chunzong at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying threat came, and the invisible pressure made it difficult for Chunzong to breathe, and he almost suffocated. Chunzong knew that the terrible demon was approaching at an astonishing speed. Judging from his threat alone, he was no match for it, and probably could not even take one attack from it. Run. He had to run. However, Chunzong did not regret coming to Void Demon Island. After all, he wanted to earn more contribution points in a short period of time to exchange for things he needed to improve his cultivation and strength. He had only been on Void Demon Island for a short period of time, and, of course, it was also very dangerous. After entering the outer zone, Chunzong kept moving forward like a white crane at an extremely fast speed and gradually headed in the direction of the teleportation gate. However, the demon was much faster than Chunzong. There was no comparison between the two. When he was 1,000 meters away, the demon suddenly attacked. It waved its right arm, and with a loud bang, a terrifying bloody force broke through the air like a crescent moon. It was too fast. When Chunzong felt it, the bloody crescent moon had already reached his back. Chunzong barely moved his body and barely dodged it. The bloody crescent moon brushed past him, and Chunzong felt pain all over his body, as if his body was being torn apart. In fact, Chunzong's defensive power was torn apart, and a bloody wound was left on his arm, as if it had been cut open. The bloody crescent moon hit the ground a few hundred meters away, creating a 100-meter-long crack. It was extremely terrifying. He continuously swung his arm, causing blood-red crescent moons to tear through the air and fly towards Chunzong. Chunzong found it difficult to dodge, so he could only turn around and use the White Cloud's Emptiness Sword. Without a doubt, the White Cloud Void Sword art was very powerful, especially when it had reached the impeccable realm. Its power was even more shocking. However, due to the limitation of Chunzong's cultivation, he could not fully utilize its power. Or perhaps it was because Chunzong's cultivation was not high enough that the White Cloud Void Sword art was not that powerful. The White Sword light only shattered one of the bloody crescent moons before it was shattered by the other ones. Chunzong seized the opportunity to dodge. The bloody demon was already in front of him, and its eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. It kicked out fiercely, as if it could shatter a mountain. It carried a terrifying bloody force, crushing everything. Chunzong's whole body was numb, and he had difficulty breathing. The shocking pressure made it difficult for Chunzong to use his qi, blood, and spiritual energy. The gap was too big. Even if Chunzong used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to resist. Chapter 1067. Kong. An astonishing shock waves spread out in all directions, raging like wind blades and swords, cutting through the hard ground and scraping up layer after layer. The terrifying power caused Chunzong's complexion to change drastically, and he hurriedly retreated, his blood and qi surging violently. Chun Shidiran. A familiar voice sounded in Chunzong's ears, letting him know who had attacked him. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately retreated and rushed towards the transmission gate. Yunyanxin had come out of seclusion and was planning to earn some contribution points. After making her choice, she came to Void Demon Island, but she didn't expect to see Chunzong being chased as soon as she arrived, so she immediately came to his aid. This monster demon was very strong, and Yunyanxin wasn't confident she could defeat it, so she decided to delay it and let Chunzong escape first. Chunzong entered the transmission gate's protective barrier and turned around to look ahead. Yunyanxin's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, even stronger than before. Every sword strike she made caused the wind and clouds to surge with astonishing power. Yunyanxin's sword art was very powerful, but it wasn't as flexible. Obviously, this spirit grade sword art had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Senior Sister Yu is a disciple of the Thunder and Wind sect, so she might have already cultivated a spirit grade secret art before. Chunzong narrowed his eyes and thought. If that was the case, Yun Yinshin's 10,000 contribution points should have been used to exchange for a spirit-grade sword art. Within the incomparably violent sword chi of wind and cloud, the dark red demon that looked like a killing machine rampaged about, exploding with an incomparably tyrannical power. The scales on its body were also extremely terrifying, and its defensive power was astonishing. No matter how the sword chi rampaged about, it was not damaged at all, at most leaving a few scratches. Closing in, Yun Yinshin's expression was piercingly cold, her eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. She slashed out with her sword, causing the wind and clouds to surge and condense into a majestic sword light that shot out. Like a long whip, it released an earth-shattering explosion. The majestic sword light slashed the demon's body, producing a thunderous explosion. An unparalleled power exploded, sending the demon flying back hundreds of meters. Its tough scales were cut open, leaving a long sword mark. However, the sword mark was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was also recovering rapidly. "Weak human, your sword is no threat to me." The demon's eyes were cold, and its voice was as cold as steel. The fiendish demon's physique was extremely strong, and their self-healing ability was even more astonishing. Even if they were severely injured, they would be able to recover very quickly if given some time. Like a bolt of red lightning, the demon closed in on Yun Yinshin, stirring up a terrifying storm of blades that tore everything apart. Yun Yinshin's beautiful face was solemn. She slashed out with her sword, and wind and clouds gathered. Sword chi surged, and countless sword lights slashed out in the air. Collision. An incomparably violent collision occurred, and terrifying shockwaves wreaked havoc. The surrounding ground was ravaged, covering a radius of several hundred meters, collapsing and leaving behind shocking marks. The speed of these two was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivators. A super bloodline 8th level fiendish demon, Chunzong thought, his pupils narrowing as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Yun Yinshin had also come to Void Demon Island at this time, or else he would have been in danger. With his current strength, he could kill a 6th level fiendish demon with a super bloodline, but he was no match for an ordinary 8th level fiendish demon, let alone one with a super bloodline. However, Yun Yinshin was able to put up a fight. Her strength was indeed astonishing. However, Chunzong could also see that Yun Yinshin was only able to resist for a while and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Slashing out with her sword again, Yun Yinshin pushed the fiendish demon back several hundred meters. Her figure flickered, and like a gust of wind, she quickly flew towards the transmission gate. The fiendish demon was very fast, but Yun Yinshin was not slow either. She was extremely agile, easily avoiding the fiendish demon's attack and entering the transmission gate's protective barrier. The fiendish demon tore through the air and fiercely slammed into the transmission gate's protective barrier. With a loud bang, the transmission gate's protective barrier caved in, as if it had been compressed to the limit, producing a powerful rebound force that repelled the fiendish demon. Countless ripples spread out from the transmission gate's protective barrier. Unable to break through the transmission gate's protective barrier, the fiendish demon went berserk, wantonly destroying everything in its way. Everything within a radius of 100 meters collapsed, turning into dust. Looking at this terrifying destructive power, Chunzong couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Yun Yinshin also wore a dignified expression. Originally, she thought that after her cultivation had broken through and her strength had increased greatly, she would be able to find more treasures to exchange for contribution points after entering the Void Demon Island. From there, she would be able to further increase her strength before killing Lu Yijue. After all, Lu Yijue's talent was very high, and he had joined the 9-star Force 5 Ju Heavenly Palace. It was a force more powerful than White Cloud Mountain, and it surpassed White Cloud Mountain in all aspects. With the resources and inheritance of White Cloud Mountain, Lu Yijue's strength would definitely become more powerful. Thank you, senior sister. Zong watched the fiendish demon leave with anger and killing intent. He turned to look at Xin and bowed to express his gratitude. I just happened to be here. Xin smiled slightly. With such a powerful fiendish demon around, the two of them couldn't enter again for a while and could only return through the transmission gate. Xin went to other places to earn contribution points, while Zong once again went to the Cloud Treasure Peak, intending to exchange more than 100 demon spiritual crystals for contribution points. Summoning White Cloud, Zong flew to the Cloud Treasure Peak. While checking the storage ring he got from the level 6 fiendish demon with super bloodline. He didn't know what was inside. When Zong checked the storage ring, he was suddenly very excited. Perhaps this storage ring belonged to a cultivator, but after it was obtained by the fiendish demon, it became the fiendish demon's possession. The fiendish demon also stored some things inside. Fiendish demons had intelligence that was not inferior to humans, but their way of thinking was often more direct. If there was a storage ring, they would naturally use it. Of course, not all fiendish demons would use a storage ring. Most of them didn't like it. It could only be said that Zong's luck was good. There were only a few kinds of things inside the storage ring, but Zong was very excited. Magic herbs and demon paragon stones. In other words, if he took them to exchange, he could get a lot of contribution points. This made Zong short of breath. There were more than a dozen kinds of magic herbs. The smallest one was worth 50 contribution points, while the largest one was worth 100 contribution points. The total value of all of them was at least more than 30,000. The number of demon paragon stones was more than 600. Zong also distinguished that more than 400 of them were low-grade demon paragon stones, and the rest were middle-grade demon paragon stones. There were more than 100 of them. After arriving at the Cloud Treasure Peak and entering the Cloud Treasure Hall, Zong immediately exchanged. The person in charge of the exchange recognized Zong. When he saw Zong coming, he teased, "How many treasures did you get this time?" "Quite a lot." Zong smiled and responded, "Oh, quite a lot. It seems that it won't be less than last time." The person in charge of the exchange smiled, and his eyes lit up. Zong smiled and began to take things out of the storage ring. First, magic herbs. A large pile of magic herbs appeared in front of him, causing the person to gasp. This is demonic dragon blood. Demonic dragon blood was not a type of blood, but a type of magic herb. It was blood red in color and was worth 100 contribution points. With a shocked expression, he began to calculate. 36,000 contribution points. The person was shocked and emotional. Then his whole body trembled and his pupils contracted sharply because Zong took out something else. Demon paragon stones. Demon paragon stones could not be directly absorbed by human cultivators, but there were refiners and others who could make full use of them. Therefore, they could be exchanged for contribution points. Not long after, Zong took out all the demon paragon stones. Adding up the spoils of war and the ones he had collected, there were more than 700 of them. Among them, more than 500 were low-grade, and more than 100 were middle-grade. Low-grade was worth 100 contribution points, and middle grade was worth 1,000 contribution points. More than 500 low-grade demon paragon stones were exchanged for more than 50,000 contribution points, and more than 100 middle-grade demon paragon stones were exchanged for more than 110,000 contribution points. 36,000 contribution points, 58,000 contribution points, and 110,000 contribution points totaled more than 200,000 contribution points. Including the 6,000 that Zong had saved, the total was more than 210,000. 210,000. Zong's breathing was extremely rapid, and the person in charge of the exchange was shocked to the extreme. His whole mind was frozen, and he could not think at all. Taking a deep breath, Zong calmed himself down and took back his disciple token. Zong was not the only one in the Cloud Treasure Peak. There were others who were also shocked and frozen. They only came to their senses when Zong walked out of the Cloud Treasure Hall. They rushed out of the Cloud Treasure Hall and saw Zong summon riding White Cloud. Some people's eyes flickered as they stared at Zong's back, as if they were planning something. Zong returned to the heavenly peak and entered his own cloud treasure hall. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he first adjusted his breathing to restore his essence, chi, and soul to their peak. Then, he would go back to the Void Demon Island to reflect on his own shortcomings and improve. For hours passed just like that. Time to exchange. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong took out his disciple token. Just as he was about to insert it into the card slot, Chunzong felt that someone had triggered the Cloud Treasure Hall's defensive power. Chunzong, this Su has something to talk to you about. Come out quickly. At the same time, a voice sounded from outside, penetrating the defensive power and entering the Cloud Treasure Hall. Chunzong took back his disciple token and appeared outside the Cloud Treasure Hall. He saw a figure standing outside the defensive power. This person looked to be about 20 years old, but it was impossible to tell his exact age. He was wearing a black robe with white cloud patterns. His eyes were sharp, staring at Chunzong through the invisible defensive power, as if he wanted to pierce through Chunzong. A tyrannical aura surrounded this person, indicating that his cultivation was not low. Chunzong estimated that he had at least reached the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, possibly even the 9th layer. What business do you have with me? Chunzong did not know who this person was, so he asked. Chapter 1068. A gust of wind blew past, and the other party's words entered Chunzong's ears. Chunzong felt a little confused, but he seemed to have grasped something. What are you waiting for? Come out and follow me to see Senior Brother Gao. The young man in black frowned when he saw Chunzong standing still. He shouted again, "By the way, do you still have the contribution points you got before? Take your contribution points with you. If you want to follow Senior Brother Gao, you have to show your sincerity. Senior Brother Gao just happens to need a lot of contribution points. Give him your contribution points, and he will value you." Chunzong smiled. The so-called value and value were all false. Or rather, they were secondary. What they truly valued was the 200,000 contribution points that he had obtained. 200,000 contribution points, that was a huge amount, at least to the outer sect disciples. For example, Senior Brother Gao, even if he was one of the top experts among outer sect disciples, it would not be easy to get 200,000 contribution points unless he was very lucky. He had to complete many missions and collect treasures to exchange for contribution points. Chunzong thought for a moment and understood the cause and effect. It was nothing more than someone seeing him obtain 200,000 contribution points in one go in the Cloud Treasure Hall. While he was greatly shocked, he also spread the news, which was known by the so-called Senior Brother Gao. It just so happened that he needed a large amount of contribution points to exchange for something, and because of his status, he sent his subordinates over. It was not good to ask directly, so he gave him the status of a follower and asked for contribution points. Unfortunately, this method was useless for Chunzong. Ignoring the other party, Chunzong turned around and walked towards the Cloud Hall's gate. "Stop!" The young man surnamed Su's eyes darkened and his voice became colder. "Are you rejecting Senior Brother Gao's good intentions? I don't know if this is Senior Brother Gao's idea or if it's your own idea." Chunzong's tone was indifferent, and he did not turn his head. "But I suggest that you look for something that can improve your intelligence. It's embarrassing to say such brainless words. You." When the young man surnamed Su heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank and an incomparably cold light flashed across his eyes. His anger erupted and his hair stood on end. The wind howled and countless clouds rushed towards Chunzong through the Cloud Hall's protective barrier. However, the impact of this aura was weakened by the Cloud Hall's protective barrier and could not affect Chunzong, but it still allowed Chunzong to know the other party's cultivation. 9th layer, Transcendent Realm. This cultivation made Chunzong's heart sink slightly. It was much higher than his own cultivation. There was no doubt that by refusing the other party, he would be offending the other party. Offending a mid-9th layer Transcendent Realm Master was not a pleasant thing. Not to mention, it was possible to offend not just one, but a whole group of them. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel any pressure. However, in order not to offend the other party, He could only go along with the other party's wishes and offer up the contribution points he had earned. Impossible, so he could only offend them. Ninth layer transcendent. Then he would turn the pressure into motivation. Watching Chunzong's back disappear into the cloud hall, the young man surnamed Su was furious to the extreme. His chest heaved up and down violently. He wanted nothing more than to kill Chunzong. Among the outer sect disciples of White Cloud Mountain, except for a few, no one dared to disobey him. A trivial new disciple dared to be so arrogant. This person must not be let go and must be suppressed. Taking out the disciple token and inserting it into the card slot, Chunzong began to check. But he was not exchanging, but checking the cloud list. The cloud list was a list of White Cloud Mountain's inner sect disciples. Every outer sect disciple who could make it onto the cloud list was very strong. As for how to make it onto the cloud list, at first, it was through the White Cloud Mountain's outer sect competition. The top 72 masters would be able to make it onto the cloud list and receive rewards from a sect. However, the outer sect competition was not held every year. It was usually held once every 5 years. The last outer sect competition was held more than a year ago. The next one was still 3 years away. First on the cloud list was Fu Yunxiao. Second on the cloud list was Gao Hongjing. Third on the cloud list was Bai Xia. Chunzong's gaze swept across and fell on Gao Hongjing, who was second on the cloud list. The so-called senior brother Gao should be Gao Hongjing. To be able to make it to second place on the cloud list, what level had his cultivation and strength reached? Was he at the peak of Transcendent Realm 9th layer? Or was he a half-saint? Without thinking about it, Chunzong withdrew his gaze. He also put away the cloud list and began to exchange. What could he exchange for with 210,000 contribution points? Cultivation methods? Saint level? Saint level cultivation methods were indeed stronger than spirit level cultivation methods, and many times stronger. However, the complete White Cloud True Art only required 70,000 contribution points, while Saint level cultivation methods required at least 1,000,000 contribution points. Of course, Saint-level cultivation methods could also be split into parts, but it would require at least 200,000 contribution points. Chunzong could afford it, but once he did, he would only have 10,000 contribution points left. He would not be able to use them. There are very few opportunities to obtain a large number of contribution points. Chunzong was not sure if there would be a next time. Therefore, he had to use the 210,000 contribution points well in order to improve his strength in all aspects. Moreover, he had just exchanged for the White Cloud True Art and had not cultivated it to the extreme. After comparing the two, Chunzong made a decision to give up on exchanging for Saint-level cultivation methods. Since he had given up on exchanging for Saint-level cultivation methods, he had only cultivated to level 10 of the White Cloud True Art. There was still some time to cultivate level 11 to level 13 of the White Cloud True Art. There was no need for him to exchange for the rest of the White Cloud True Art. I need martial arts, secret skills, and transcendent secret skills. Chunzong quickly listed out what he needed to exchange for. His current martial arts was the Clear Sky Sword Technique. It was originally low spiritual level, but he had improved it to middle spiritual level. Perhaps it could be improved to high spiritual level in the future, but it would be difficult. In addition, he needed the White Cloud Void Sword, which was top spiritual level. Lastly, he needed the nameless sword technique that he had comprehended in the mysterious subspace of the ancient battlefield. The White Cloud Void Sword, which had been cultivated to the impeccable realm, was very powerful and flexible. If he could comprehend the sword intent, he would become even more powerful. Therefore, Chunzong did not plan to exchange for other top spiritual level sword techniques. Instead, he had his eyes on the 5 White Cloud techniques. There were 3 parts, top, middle, and bottom. The top part required 100,000 contribution points. Chunzong had already thought about which Dao he would major in if he had to choose. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly added the top part of the illusory cloud path to the exchange list. Then, he looked at the secret skills. The secret skills were ranked from level 1 to level 7. The higher the level, the more powerful it was, but the more contribution points it required to exchange for it. Chinzong did not look at the level 1 and level 2 secret skills. He glanced at the level 3 secret skills and did not plan to exchange for them. After all, the level 3 secret skills could not increase his strength that much. Moreover, as his cultivation and strength increased, they might lose their effectiveness soon. The level 4 secret skills at the very least. The level 4 secret skills required 20,000 contribution points, and the level 5 secret skills required 50,000 contribution points. Chinzong looked at the level 4 secret skills and the level 5 secret skills. There is no doubt that the level 5 secret skills were more powerful and had more potential. There were actually not many level 5 secret skills in White Cloud Mountain. There were only 4 of them. After comparing them, Chinzong made his choice. Platinum Sword Body. With that, he had 60,000 contribution points left. Next, he would exchange for the Transcendent Secret skills. The level 3 and level 4 of the Cloud Secret skill required a total of 30,000 contribution points. That's it for now, Chinzong thought to himself, and kept 30,000 contribution points as a backup. After confirming, 180,000 contribution points were deducted from the 210,000 contribution points. Not long after, someone sent the items he exchanged over. It was Attendant Li, who had given Chinzong a cultivation technique for the first time. Attendant Li naturally knew what he had given Chinzong. Therefore, he was shocked and in disbelief. It was shocking that a newly promoted heaven-ranked disciple could obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time. Chinzong, I was right about you, Attendant Li exclaimed as he took out 3 cloud-white spiritual inheritance jades and handed them to Chinzong. It's just luck, Chinzong said with a smile. Indeed, luck played a large part in him being able to obtain 200,000 contribution points. He just so happened to kill a demon with a storage ring. It had to be known that the vast majority of demons did not carry storage rings. Even if they did, they would not necessarily have so many demonic spirit crystals. After handing the items to Chinzong, Attendant Li and Chinzong chatted for a while before leaving. After returning to the Cloud Palace, Chinzong took out the first spiritual inheritance jade and used his spiritual consciousness to receive the information inheritance. These are the level 3 and level 4 of the Cloud Secret skill. Not long after, Chinzong completely absorbed them and waited to be comprehended. Then, he received the other 2 inheritances, the Platinum Sword Body and the upper part of the illusory cloud path. On a certain peak of White Cloud Mountain, there was a pavilion. A figure was sitting in the pavilion, drinking wine. Suddenly, he paused and a smile appeared on his face. I actually chose the illusory cloud path. What a coincidence. However, to be able to obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time, not bad. Not bad at all. If Chinzong was here, he would recognize that this person was the person who brought them to White Cloud Mountain not long ago, in Ancient War City. He was also the person who was honored as the Pathmaster. After consuming a cloud mystic pill, Chinzong began to comprehend the upper part of the illusory cloud path. When Chinzong came into contact with it, he knew that the illusory cloud path was not a cultivation technique. Strictly speaking, it was not a martial art, because there were no moves that could be directly cultivated. To be more direct, the illusory cloud path was more like a cultivation path and realm. It was similar to the Heartsword Sutra in this aspect. The other 4 paths should be the same, but each had its own emphasis. However, the Heartsword Sutra was many times more profound than the illusory cloud path and could not be compared. Chinzong felt that even the complete illusory cloud path could not be compared to the Heartsword Sutra in terms of profoundness. As such, he knew how rare and precious the Heartsword Sutra was. This also made Chinzong even more curious about the strength of the creator of the Heartsword Sutra. The Cloud Profound pill allowed Chinzong's superb comprehension ability to take a step further. However, the illusory Cloud Dao was extremely profound. Even if it was the upper part, wanting to comprehend the profoundness within was not an easy task. Fortunately, Chinzong not only had superb comprehension, but also had the more profound Heartsword Sutra and the cloud-shattering sword move. Chapter 1069. There was a cultivation holy land in White Cloud Mountain called the White Cloud Tower. According to legend, it was a supreme treasure that the founder of White Cloud Mountain brought from outer space. It was built on top of White Cloud Mountain's Cloud Realm Peak. The White Cloud Tower was entirely white, as if it was made of white jade. It was 10 meters tall and had 3 floors with slanted corners. White chains as thick as an arm extended from all directions and connected to the top of the White Cloud Tower, while the other ends of the chains extended all around the peak. These chains were made of cloud chi and were stronger than most metals. They were extremely tough and could absorb powerful attacks. Even a Saint Realm Master would have a hard time breaking them. Chunzong came to the top of the White Cloud Tower and was shocked by the scene before him. Although the White Cloud Tower was only 10 meters tall, which was nothing when he stood in front of it, he felt as if he was standing in front of the clouds. It was infinitely high. The White Cloud Tower had 3 floors in total. Entering the first floor required 10,000 contribution points, and one could only stay for 1 day. 10,000 contribution points for a day was no doubt amazing. Most people could only dream about it and not actually enter. After all, it was extremely difficult for an ordinary disciple to obtain 10,000 contribution points. If he didn't have 30,000 contribution points in stock, Chunzong wouldn't have come here. I just hope it won't disappoint me. Chunzong stared at the White Cloud Tower and said to himself, 10,000 contribution points a day. He hoped it would be worth the price. As for the second and third floors, Chunzong didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. The second floor required 50,000 contribution points a day, and the third floor required 100,000 contribution points a day. It was a terrifying price. He believed that among all the outer sect disciples, very few could enter. The price was too high. Stepping into the first floor of the White Cloud Tower, Chunzong felt as if he had arrived in a sea of clouds with a flash of white light. White clouds surrounded him in all directions. This seemingly small White Cloud Tower was actually a world of its own. The sea of clouds was vast and boundless. Chunzong could feel that his thoughts were inexplicably affected and became extremely clear. It was no worse than taking the profound cloud pill, perhaps even better. However, the effect of the profound cloud pill was very short, only 2 hours. A day was a short time. So Chunzong didn't dare to waste it and immediately started cultivating. What should he cultivate? It was not worth it to cultivate cultivation techniques here. Therefore, Chunzong cultivated the illusory cloud path. The illusory cloud path required comprehension and cultivation. Although it was not a direct martial art, it contained the profoundness of martial arts. Fist practitioners could comprehend the profoundness of fist arts from it, while sword practitioners could comprehend the profoundness of sword arts from it. What Chunzong comprehended from the path of illusory clouds was naturally the profoundness of swordsmanship. He unsheathed the profound light sword and started to dance in the middle of the sea of clouds. The clouds in the sky were changeable, uncertain, and formless. The Tao master of illusory clouds was the illusion of the clouds, and he could do as he pleased. The reason why Chunzong chose the illusory cloud path was because the illusory cloud path was similar to his previous cultivation path. Firstly, he had experience in it, and secondly, he was very interested in it. The combination of the two would naturally make it easier for him to comprehend and cultivate the illusory cloud path. In addition to the other factors, his efficiency in comprehending the illusory cloud path would far surpass that of others. With a thrust of the sword, thousands of clouds followed. The sword also seemed to dissolve and disappear into the clouds without a trace. Every sword was difficult to distinguish and detect. Every sword carried an illusory color and was covered by the clouds, causing the sea of clouds to churn. Gradually, Chunzong's figure also seemed to merge into the clouds, and he could not be seen. Vaguely, one could only see a ball of clouds billowing and fluctuating. Once he started cultivating, Chunzong forgot about everything else and was completely immersed in it. Senior Brother Gao, that new disciple Chunzong, doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Not only did he reject your good intentions, but he also insulted you. The youth with the surname Su stood in front of a young man in a purple robe with his hands behind his back. His eyes were blank as he lowered his head and spoke with some hatred. He doesn't know how to appreciate favors. The corners of the purple-robed youth's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. His eyes seemed to be focused, and he could see through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His voice also seemed to float from the sky. Then find a chance to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, Senior Brother Gao. I've already made the arrangements. The youth with the surname Su smiled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. There aren't many chances in the mountain, but as soon as he leaves, someone will follow him and teach him a lesson. Time flew, and a day passed quickly. Chinzong was completely unaware, as if he could not feel the passage of time. However, when the time was up, a gentle but irresistible repulsive force fell on Chunzong's body. Chunzong was expelled from the White Cloud Tower and instantly appeared outside the White Cloud Tower. After being expelled, Chunzong was still swinging his sword. He only woke up when he felt that something was wrong. When he looked around, he realized that he had already left the White Cloud Tower. As soon as he woke up, Chunzong felt a large amount of inspiration surging in his mind. He immediately summoned the White Cloud and quickly returned to the Sky Peaks Cloud Hall to begin his closed-door cultivation. Cultivating in the White Cloud Tower allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the illusory cloud path. He could only seize the opportunity to enter closed-door cultivation when the inspiration was surging. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 10 days. As soon as Chunzong opened his eyes, his pupils seemed to have disappeared. What replaced them was a constantly changing cloud with various shapes. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be hiding a sky. He swung his sword. The blade of the sword could not be seen, nor could the sword gleam be seen. There was only a wisp of cloud-like aura that meandered through the air. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The sword had already returned to its scabbard, but the cloud-like aura continued to spread forward, leaving a sword mark. The power of this sword is not inferior to the green cloud slash. Chunzong was secretly surprised. The difference in strength between a cultivator and a cultivator who did not use martial arts was very obvious. This was because the method of channeling power in martial arts was not only to fully stimulate one's potential and strength, but also to surpass one's upper limit. It could also draw the power of heaven and earth to support it, making it even more powerful. The Green Cloud Slash was the ultimate move of a middle spiritual level sword skill. By compressing power into the sword body, its power was stronger than an ordinary middle spiritual level sword skill. However, the sword move just now was just a casual move. It was a technique of channeling power that he had comprehended from the illusory cloud path. Strictly speaking, it was not a powerful martial arts sword skill, but it was able to unleash power that was equivalent to the Green Cloud Slash. This surprised Chunzong. The power was equivalent, but the power consumed was only 1% of the Green Cloud Slash's power. Moreover, Chunzong felt that this was not the limit. He could continue to improve and surpass the Green Cloud Slash. It seems that I don't need to exchange for other sword skills to exchange for the illusory cloud path. Chunzong thought to himself. Of course, this feeling was only temporary. If he had enough contribution points and time, Chunzong would not mind exchanging for more sword skills to cultivate. Even if he did not use them in battle, he could increase his accumulation of sword skills. Comprehending the illusory cloud path, cultivating the white cloud true technique, cultivating the cloud secret technique, the platinum sword body secret technique, and the cloud condensing technique secret technique. Chunzong's schedule was packed to the brim every day. He didn't even have time to sleep. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't cultivate all the time. He needed to have a proper rest and balance between work and rest. For example, after cultivating for a few days and nights, he would take 2 to 4 hours to do other things. He would summon the riding white cloud and fly around. The White Cloud Mountain was huge and the scenery was beautiful. Or he would have a drink. As time passed, and he worked hard, he continued to improve in all aspects. 2 months later, the third stage of the cloud secret technique was completed. This meant that the white cloud force had reached the third stage, combining the illusory cloud path and green cloud shatter. The Heart Sword Sutra had improved, and the sixth stage of the change of will was successfully deduced. The change of will was similar to the transcendent secret technique, but there were differences. The transcendent secret technique required cultivation and time. Chunzong spent 2 months to cultivate the third stage of the cloud secret technique. However, the change of will was different. It was deduced by Chunzong himself. As long as he succeeded in deducing it, he would immediately improve the heart sword force with a little cultivation. The difficulty of the change of will was in the deduction. As soon as the sixth stage was deduced and cultivated, Chunzong improved the heart sword force to the third stage, which was on par with the white cloud force. In the 4th month, in the cultivation room, Chunzong widened his eyes and a strong aura shot out from his body. The white cloud aura was instantly dyed by the golden light and turned into a platinum color. It quickly spread out and finally covered Chunzong's arms with a layer of platinum halo. Platinum sword body entry-level. Secret techniques were divided into entry-level minor accomplishment and grand accomplishment. The platinum sword body was a 5th grade secret technique similar to the Azure Cloud Sword body. Of course, the Azure Cloud Sword body was only a 1st grade secret technique, so the gap between the two was huge. The grand accomplishment of the Azure Cloud Sword body was no longer able to bring any enhancement to Chunzong. In fact, 1st grade secret techniques were still effective for cultivators below the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. But for cultivators above the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm, the effect was negligible until it disappeared. But now, just the intra-level Platinum Sword body was enough to make Chunzong feel powerful. His arms, which were covered in a platinum light, were like the tip of a sword, easily cutting through the air without the slightest resistance. It was as if his arms had turned into sharp swords, invincible and unstoppable. Pulling out the profound light sword, Chunzong could feel the aura of the platinum sword body permeating into his sword, instantly covering it in a layer of platinum halo. Silently, Chunzong's sword tore through the air as a platinum sword chi tore through the air, directly leaving a clear mark on the 3rd grade spirit artifact puppet. This sword strike didn't contain any spirit energy, only the pure power of the platinum sword body. Once again, Chunzong pushed his spirit energy and merged it with the platinum sword body's power, piercing through the air. The 3rd grade spirit artifact puppet was directly pierced through. The intra-level platinum sword body can double my current attack power. Chunzong was secretly shocked, immediately trying to cut his arm with the platinum sword body, but the sword was immediately blocked by the platinum light on his arm. It should be able to resist the attack of an ordinary Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator. Powerful attack and defense was the power of a 5th grade secret technique like the Platinum Sword body. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to improve the Platinum Sword body. After all, when cultivating, one needed to absorb platinum aura and constantly temper themselves. Chunzong's current cultivation relied on absorbing platinum aura from the air. If he could obtain a treasure that contained platinum aura, he would be able to improve his cultivation even faster. Chapter 1070. After half a year of secluded cultivation, Chunzong had done his best to improve himself. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out from them, leaving behind 2 sword scars. He opened his mouth and lightly breathed out. That chi was like sword chi that was extremely terrifying. When it landed on the prop puppet, it released an ear-piercing sound. The prop puppet continuously swayed, leaving behind a faint mark. His body shook slightly as a series of explosions rang out, and a tyrannical aura surged out like an awakened beast. Amidst the rumbling, a gust of wind swept up inside the cultivation room. Early Transcendent Realm 7th layer. Early Dragon Force Realm 4th layer. Chunzong smiled. After half a year of secluded cultivation, his chi refining and body tempering cultivation had improved significantly, breaking through to the next great realm. Early Dragon Force Realm 4th layer belonged to the mid-Dragon Force realm, while early Transcendent Realm's 7th layer belonged to the late Transcendent Realm. Compared to Blue Wave's world, the improvement from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of Dragon Force Realm was equivalent to the improvement from the extreme Mortal Realm to the Earth Spirit Realm, while the improvement from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Transcendent Realm was equivalent to the improvement from the Earth Spirit Realm to the Profound Sky Realm. This kind of improvement was naturally significant, giving Chunzong a different feeling. After his Qi refining cultivation reached the 7th layer of Transcendent Realm, Chunzong felt that his perception and control of world energy had improved significantly. After his body tempering cultivation reached the 4th layer of Dragon Force Realm, it became even more powerful and tyrannical. What was worth mentioning was that the purple cloud true flames had also become stronger, its color becoming deeper. The purple cloud true flame was a world energy that was very difficult to improve. Generally, it had to slowly accumulate over time, or it had to devour other world energy to improve itself. However, it had to devour other world energy. For example, world energy had to devour other world energy. If world energy devoured other world energy, the consequences would be even worse. Moreover, when devouring other world energy, it had to devour other world energy weaker than itself. Otherwise, it would be devoured instead. The purple cloud true flame had coincidentally merged with his dragon force. So as his dragon force improved, so did the purple cloud true flame. Now, my purple cloud true flame should have reached the 4th grade, Chunzong said to himself. The books and records on Mount Baiyun were more abundant and more complete. The records on the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were also more abundant and complete. Therefore, Chunzong knew the different levels of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. For example, the earth mystic energy was divided into 9 grades by ancient cultivators, which corresponded to the 9 levels of transcendent mystic energy. Originally, the purple cloud true flame was a 3rd grade transcendent flame, which was equivalent to a 3rd grade transcendent flame. Now, with the increase in his cultivation base, it had reached the 4th grade, which was equivalent to a 4th grade transcendent flame. Early 7th layer transcendent realm, early 4th layer dragon strength, 4th layer white cloud force, 3rd layer heart sword force, 4th grade purple cloud true flame, white cloud emptiness sword intent, heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique, white cloud flight 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 technique, white cloud flight, 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 white cloud flight. Chunzong calculated his current strength. It's been a few years since I came to Mount Baiyun. It's time for me to travel around. Chunzong made up his mind. After a long period of silence, Chunzong's cultivation in recent years had given birth to the idea of traveling outside. A cultivator's cultivation was never about reaching the peak by going into seclusion. Going into seclusion was one of the methods. It was a method to organize one's cultivation. Cultivation had always been divided into movement and stillness. It was about combining the Tao of movement and stillness. Stillness was nurturing and movement was growth. It was not advisable to be either silent or active. In the world of cultivators, there had never been a powerhouse who cultivated in seclusion. Instead, they relied on their own strength and experienced many life and death situations before finally breaking through. Moreover, there were resources in Mount Baiyun, and there were also resources in the outside world. However, the resources in Mount Baiyun could only be exchanged with contribution points, while the resources in the outside world could only be obtained through adventures. From the bottom of his heart, Chunzong had never been a law-abiding person. With the remaining 20,000 contribution points, Chunzong directly exchanged for the 14th and 15th levels of White Cloud Extreme True Technique. After all, after half a year, other than increasing his cultivation, White Cloud Extreme True Technique had also advanced by leaps and bounds due to comprehending illusory Cloud Tao. It had reached the 12th level and was not far from the 13th level. Chunzong felt that he would definitely be able to reach the 13th level within a year. If he was lucky enough, he might not even need half a year. Therefore, it was necessary to exchange for the 14th and 15th levels. If it was not for the fact that he did not have enough contribution points, Chunzong planned to exchange for all of them. After organizing his storage ring, Chunzong absorbed all the low-grade vitality stones and gave them to the Heartsword Seal. After all, he would have to rely on the power of the Heartsword Seal to return to Blue Wave's world in the future. However, the Heartsword Seal had broken through the world and its power had been exhausted. It had to be replenished. Absorbing the power of the vitality stones was one of the methods. Therefore, Chunzong continuously absorbed the low-grade vitality stones he had obtained to replenish the consumption of the Heartsword Seal. He still had use for the mid-grade vitality stones. After everything was ready, Chunzong went to the heroic Cloud Peak, which was dedicated to managing the disciples. There was a hall of heroes there, and after reporting his arrival, he quickly flew towards White Cloud Mountain. As soon as Chunzong finished reporting his arrival at the Hall of Heroes, someone immediately passed the news to the youth surnamed Su. Half a year, shorter than I thought. A cold light flashed across the youth surnamed Su's eyes as a sneer appeared on his face. He originally thought that Chunzong would cultivate on White Cloud Mountain for 1 or 2 years, or even 2 or 3 years. After all, for a new disciple, this was very normal. He did not expect that after only half a year, Chunzong would actually plan to leave White Cloud Mountain to gain experience outside. Going out to gain experience was different from going to some islands through White Cloud Mountain's transmission gate. White Cloud Mountain was very large, so Chunzong quickly flew out on his 3-meter-long and 3-meter-wide white cloud. The 3-meter-wide white cloud increased his speed by 3%, and with Chunzong's cultivation having reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, he was much faster than before. The huge White Cloud Mountain was surrounded by endless clouds, like an ocean, and as it drifted gently, it seemed as if the waves of the sea were endless. Riding on Riding White Cloud, Chunzong could see many other riding white clouds appearing in other places. Basically, every riding white cloud was bigger than his. Even with Chunzong's speed, it took him a while to fly out of the cloud range of White Cloud Mountain. Immediately, he felt as if the sky was clear and the earth was clear. The sky was vast, the ground was vast, and Chunzong could not help but let out a long roar, a roar that shook the sky like rolling thunder, shaking the world. Riding on his white cloud, Chunzong quickly rushed forward, leaving a white streak in the sky as he gradually disappeared. At the same time, a white cloud also rushed out from the clouds and chased after Chunzong. This white cloud was 4 meters in diameter. After half a quarter of an hour, Chunzong had flown a considerable distance away from White Cloud Mountain. Suddenly, Chunzong's heart trembled. At the same time, a wave of energy broke through the air, carrying with it an astonishing power, like a raging storm, sweeping up thousands of clouds as it rushed towards him. Chunzong looked back and saw a white tornado sweeping across the world, letting out a mighty roar as it approached him at an astonishing speed. This was not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one, and its aura was very obvious. A sharp light flashed in Chunzong's eyes as he unsheathed his profound light sword. The sword was not visible, nor did it emit any sword light, but it was like a wisp of cloud drifting forward, incomparably sharp. The moment he unsheathed his sword, it had already cut open the tornado. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Through the tornado that was cut open, Chunzong saw the person who attacked him, an unfamiliar face, and asked in a serious tone, "I heard that there is a new disciple, Chunzong, with outstanding talent and outstanding ability. Junior brother, please don't take offense." This person did not answer Chunzong's question and instead said with a smile, making Chunzong feel like this person was a smiling tiger. From the fluctuations of this person's aura, Chunzong knew that he was a late-stage Transcendent Realm 7th Layer cultivator. Such a late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator wasn't someone ordinary late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivators could compare to, because the other party was also a disciple of White Cloud Mountain and cultivated at least a spirit-grade top-rank martial art, possibly even a top-rank one. Chun Shidi, take another move from me, the other party said with a smile, but before he finished speaking, he had already attacked. Both palms blasted out, causing the world's Yuan Qi to surge, shaking the heavens and earth. The clouds wriggled like pythons, and the wind howled. The martial arts this person cultivated were obviously related to wind and clouds. The wind and clouds surged as the palm technique was shocking. If it was before he entered secluded cultivation, Chunzong knew he was not this person's opponent, but now, that was not necessarily the case. Brandishing his sword, Chunzong still could not see the blade nor the sword light, only a wisp of cloud qi rapidly spreading forward. This cloud qi was formed from sword qi and was extremely sharp, tearing apart the other party's palm technique and shattering the white clouds under his feet. After losing the white clouds, a transcendent could not fly and immediately plummeted to the ground. Falling from a height of 1,000 meters from the ground, with a transcendent realm 7th layer cultivation, generally speaking, one would not die, but it would definitely not feel good, unless one's movement skill was extremely profound. The other party had inexplicably attacked him, but there was no killing intent, so Chunzong did not intend to kill him, only teaching him a lesson. Falling in extremely fast speed, the wind howling in his ears, but this person did not panic in the slightest, instead maintaining a calm expression. When he was falling 500 meters, streaks of clouds gathered from all directions and gathered under his feet. They turned into white clouds and stabilized his body in an instant. However, he did not rush up and instead flew down, saying, "Chun Shidi is really strong. Let's fight on the ground." Chunzong stared down, and with a thought, the white clouds quickly flew down. Although this place was outside of White Cloud Mountain's boundary, it was actually not that far. On the other hand, Chunzong wanted to figure out what the other party's intentions were. Could it be that he just wanted to hunt? Once he defeated the other party, he would be able to find out. Landing on the ground, sword in hand, Chunzong's posture was unparalleled. The other party erupted with all his strength, his palms covered in a layer of vigorous spirit energy. His figure flickered as if he was being blown by a strong wind, his speed incomparably fast, accompanied by tens of thousands of clouds, his momentum astonishing. As soon as he closed in on Chunzong, a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he raised his palms, like an illusion, sending out countless palm images one after another. After that, an astonishing rumbling sound rang out, surging in all directions. Chapter 1071. Facing this terrifying palm technique that could shatter mountains, Chunzong's expression was slightly solemn, but he was also a little excited. After cultivating in seclusion for half a year, there was obvious improvement in all aspects. He needed an opponent to loosen his muscles and bones, and at the same time, to test his current strength. Facing the palm prints that filled the sky, Chunzong did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with his sword. Clouds filled the air and surrounded the surroundings. Gradually, Chunzong's figure became illusory, as if he had merged with the clouds and turned into them. The other party focused his eyes and looked over. He could only see that the area in front of him had turned into a land of clouds. Chunzong's figure was faintly discernible, like the clouds in the sky that were ever-changing and unpredictable. "This is illusory cloud path," the other party exclaimed, feeling extremely shocked. The information that Chunzong obtained 200,000 contribution points in exchange for the upper part of the illusory cloud path was not a secret. However, they felt that it would not be easy to comprehend the illusory cloud path. It would be impossible to comprehend anything in just half a year. However, the truth was completely unexpected. In half a year, Chunzong had already comprehended most of the upper part of the illusory cloud path. Even the top 10 disciples of the outer sect would find it difficult to do so. From the upper part of the illusory cloud path, Chunzong comprehended a unique combat technique, or rather, a sword technique, which he named the illusory cloud sword. Once the illusory cloud sword was unleashed, the sword body disappeared, and even the sword itself seemed to become blurry. It was like clouds and mist that were ever-changing and unpredictable. The illusory cloud path was all about change. The power of every strike of the illusory cloud sword was at the level of a spiritual level superior grade sword technique, but it was not as strenuous as a spiritual level superior grade sword technique. It consumed less energy and was more flexible. He destroyed all of the other party's palm prints. It was unpredictable and ever-changing, making it impossible for the other party to capture his figure. He was completely invincible. The other party roared, and a shocking aura suddenly exploded, spreading in all directions and causing cracks to appear on the ground. To deal with Chunzong's illusory cloud path sword technique, it was best to cover it with a powerful force. However, he was not strong enough. In an instant, several swords landed on his body. The first sword tore through his protective spiritual energy. The second and third swords broke his inner armor, and the fourth sword slashed into his body. If Chunzong wanted to kill him, he could have killed him. Tell me, what do you mean? Chunzong pressed his sword against the man's neck. The blade of his sword was cold and threatening, causing goosebumps to appear on his opponent's neck. However, Chunzong's eyes were cold and decisive. This place isn't far from Mount Baiyan. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the sect's rules. The man's eyes narrowed. Not only did he not respond to Chunzong's words, but he also sounded a little threatening. Of course, I won't kill you, but it won't be difficult for me to severely injure you. Chunzong said unhurriedly, "Do you think it would be ugly if you lost an ear or a nose?" If he killed a fellow disciple, he would indeed be punished by Mount Baiyan. However, if he was only injured, the punishment would be relatively light, especially if the other party took the initiative to attack him. Chunzong's words made the man shiver. Looking at Chunzong's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. It was Senior Martial Brother Su who asked me to teach you a lesson. The man quickly weighed the pros and cons and finally said, "Senior Martial Brother Su." Chunzong suddenly remembered the arrogant and self-righteous young man, surnamed Su from half a year ago. Could it be him? After thinking about it, he felt that it should be him. "Go back and tell the person behind you not to provoke me again," Chunzong said coldly. He sheathed his profound light sword and used his body movement technique. Like a crane riding the wind, he flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he became a small black dot in the man's eyes. He reached out and wiped his neck. A trace of blood stained his palm. The man stared sharply ahead until Chunzong's figure completely disappeared. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked. A new disciple whose cultivation was inferior to his defeated him in the end. More importantly, he had only exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path for half a year and had already cultivated it to a certain level. He was a monster. He was definitely a monster-level genius. It was very unwise to make an enemy of such a monster-level genius. No, I have to go back and persuade Senior Martial Brother Su not to make an enemy of him, the man said to himself. However, he was very worried. Senior Martial Brother Su had always been stubborn. It would be difficult for him to persuade him. Senior Martial Brother Su would only listen to Senior Martial Brother Gao. However, with his status, it was very difficult for him to meet Senior Martial Brother Gao. In fact, even if he could meet Senior Martial Brother Gao, it would be useless. However, even if it was useless, he still had to persuade Senior Martial Brother Su. As for whether he would listen or not, it was not something he could control. White Cloud Mountain itself was very large, and its boundary was also very wide. Chunzong used his body movement technique and spent more than half a day to truly walk out of the boundary of White Cloud Mountain. Lingyun City. This was a huge city, and it was also the city closest to White Cloud Mountain. To a certain extent, it was inextricably linked to White Cloud Mountain. The city walls were 100 meters tall and 20 meters thick. They flickered with a metallic luster and looked very sturdy. The city gate was majestic and majestic. It was as heavy as a mountain, but it also had an indescribable sense of spirituality. It showed that the person who built the city gate had extremely high attainments. Looking at the city walls and city gate, Chunzong estimated that even if he attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to completely destroy it. Chunzong stepped into the city. The incomparably wide streets were like plazas, which astonished him. Compared to the majestic ancient war city, Lingyun City appeared to be much larger. Cloud Gathering Restaurant. This was a rather famous restaurant in Lingyun City because it was founded by an intersect disciple of White Cloud Mountain. It was one of the places that many disciples of White Cloud Mountain must visit after leaving the mountain and entering Lingyun City. Cloud Gathering Restaurant was not only a place to eat, drink, and play, but it was also a place where disciples of White Cloud Mountain could exchange information. Chunzong's first purpose in coming to Cloud Gathering Restaurant was to enjoy good food and wine. This was one of his few hobbies. Secondly, he wanted to listen to any information. He had been cultivating in seclusion in White Cloud Mountain, so he was relatively isolated from the outside world. Stepping into Cloud Gathering Restaurant, anyone who showed their White Cloud Mountain Disciple token would be able to enjoy a discount. For example, the Outer Sex Human Rank Disciples could enjoy a 10% discount, the Earth Rank Disciples could enjoy a 20% discount, and the Heaven Rank Disciples could enjoy a 30% discount. Chunzong's arrival did not cause much of a stir because it was very normal. Only the very famous disciples of White Cloud Mountain would cause a commotion when they arrived, such as the experts on the cloud roll. Chunzong glanced around and walked up to the third floor. He was about to choose a seat by the window when he realized that it was already occupied. He could only choose an empty table and sit down. He called for the restaurant's waiter and ordered some of Cloud Gathering Restaurant's signature dishes. Chunzong sat down and waited. While waiting, he also listened to the conversations of the people around him. Most of them were disciples of White Cloud Mountain. One had to know that there were more than 10,000 Outer Sect disciples in White Cloud Mountain. Not all of them would stay on the mountain. There would always be some who left White Cloud Mountain to gain experience. It was normal for there to be dozens or even hundreds of them gathered in High Cloud City. Cloud Gathering Restaurant was the first choice. The discussions of these disciples were either idle chatter or bragging. Chunzong did not hear anything useful. A fragrant aroma wafted over. Fine wine and food were served on the table in front of Chunzong, steaming hot. Chunzong relaxed and enjoyed the delicious food and wine. This was one of his ways to relax. A moment later, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs like a storm. A figure quickly rushed up to the third floor and said, "Senior Brother Lin Qing is preparing to explore the Black Well. He has invited a group of fellow disciples, but the limit is 7th layer Transcendent Realm. Does anyone want to sign up?" Senior Brother Lin Qing. Everyone on the third floor was startled, but they soon became friendly. Obviously, this Lin Qing was quite prestigious. Is it Senior Brother Lin Qing, a heaven-ranked disciple? Yes, it's him. Since Senior Brother Lin Qing is leading the team, I'll sign up. The Blackwell? I've always wanted to go there. I'll sign up too. In a short time, there were more than 10 people who wanted to sign up on the third floor. I'll sign up too, Chunzong said. Leaving White Cloud Mountain to gain experience was a good opportunity. On behalf of Senior Brother Lin Qing, I would like to thank all of you for your support. However, we don't need so many people to explore the Blackwell this time. Therefore, we need to grind. As for how to grind, please follow me to meet Senior Brother Lin Qing. Lin Qing was wearing a blue robe with white clouds embroidered on the cuffs. He carried a long sword on his back. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was tall and slender, and his aura was faintly discernible. With his powerful spiritual sense, Chunzong could sense the subtle fluctuations of Lin Qing's aura. 8th layer, Transcendent Realm. However, it was unclear which level he was at. Senior Brother Lin Qing. Everyone bowed when they saw him. Junior Brothers. Lin Qing smiled and politely returned the greeting. Many thanks for your support, Junior Brothers. However, this time, we don't need so many people to explore the Blackwell. Including myself, we only need 7 people. There were 7 people in the team, but there were more than a dozen people present. Obviously, some of them couldn't go with them. The Black Well is full of dangers. If I'm not careful, even I might die in it. Therefore, the team of 7 should be as strong as possible, Lin Qing said again. He swept his gaze across the group and asked, "But what do you think?" It had to be said that Lin Qing's words were quite skillful, pushing the question back to everyone without offending anyone. Besides senior brother Lin Qing, I, Yang Ziling, want one of the remaining spots. A dark-skinned young man coldly snorted, his body trembling as a powerful aura spread out. This was the aura of an early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. With such a cultivation, it was reasonable for him to obtain a spot. I, Lin Zhengkong, want one too. Another person spoke up, his powerful aura spreading out, the peak of the transcendent realm 7th layer. I, Yang Mingde, want one too. I, Lu Zhang, want one too. I, Wang Kai, want one too. I, Lu Fei Ming, want one too. Of the 6 people who spoke first, the strongest was an early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Besides Lin Qing, no one else could compare. Even the weakest among them was a late transcendent realm 7th layer cultivator. Do any of the other junior brothers have any objections? Lin Qing's eyes swept over the faces of those who remained silent. If there are no objections, then the team will be decided. Choosing the strongest to form a team was a very normal practice. No one would be dissatisfied with this. Chapter 1072. Who has objection? Hearing this voice, everyone was surprised, their eyes sweeping around before finally landing on a certain person. This person wore a cloud-white robe and didn't look very old, probably less than 20 years old, but his temperament was outstanding and his eyes were clear and deep. Junior brother, do you have any objections? Lin Qing asked with a slight smile. Senior brother Lin Qing, there are 7 people in our team, so the strongest should be allowed to enter, but having a high cultivation does not necessarily mean one is strong. The person who spoke calmly. Junior brother, how should I address you? Lin Qing asked. Chunzong. The one who objected was none other than Chunzong. Since junior brother says so, what does junior brother intend to do? Lin Qing asked with interest. Senior brother Lu Fei Ming. I'll use my sword. If you can't block it, the spot will be mine. Chunzong looked at Lu Fei Ming, who was a late 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Good. Let's see how sharp your sword is. Let's see if I can't block it. Lu Fei Ming laughed angrily, his tyrannical aura surging like the wind. Everyone quickly retreated as they all stared at Chunzong. The aura of an early 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator spread out. Early 7th layer transcendent realm. That's a bit too much. An early 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator can defeat a late 7th layer transcendent realm cultivator, but it's rare. Senior brother Lu, take this sword. As soon as Chunzong's voice fell, the profound light sword rushed out of its scabbard and slashed out a brilliant white sword light, like a line separating the sky from the earth. White cloud emptiness sword. Lin Qing's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he exclaimed in surprise. Lu Feiming was also shocked. He instantly gathered all his strength and spread out his arms. Like a crane spreading its wings, a pair of illusory wings condensed and merged in front of him. A whistling sound rang out, as if a crane was flapping its wings, stirring up a gust of wind that sent sand and stones flying. The world's yuan qi surged and completely merged with the wind, creating an astonishing power. Although Lu Feiming said that he would block the sword, he would not foolishly stand in place and defend. Instead, he would fight the attack with an attack. Lu Feiming's figure leaped up amidst the raging wind, flying sand and stones and rolling clouds. He let out a sharp and resounding cry and burst out with an astonishing speed, suddenly pouncing on Chunzong with frightening power. Lu Feiming's reaction was extremely fast. First, he blocked Chunzong's sword with one move. Then he launched a second move, pouncing on Chunzong in the air. He wanted to defeat Chunzong and prove his strength. Lu Feiming's late-stage, transcendent seventh-layer cultivation was not for show, and when he pushed his full strength to the limit, his strength was astonishing. But in Chunzong's eyes, it was still inferior to the late-stage, transcendent seventh-layer cultivator he had defeated before. The sword light, which was like a line between heaven and water, split the heaven and earth. It was unstoppable. Lu Feiming's first attack was torn apart in an instant. The sword light's power was astonishing, but at the same time, it was also extremely flexible. Lu Feiming's complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly crossed his arms, pushing his spirit chi to cover his arms. Suddenly, he felt an incomparably tyrannical force slam into him, shattering his spirit chi. This force was unparalleled, sending Lu Feiming's body flying over 100 meters. After he crashed to the ground, his blood chi was turbulent and his spirit chi scattered. However, Lu Feiming did not suffer any injuries because Chunzong had no intention of harming him. The White Cloud Absolute Sky Sword, which had comprehended sword intent, was completely under Chunzong's control. You win. The quota is yours, Lu Feiming said angrily. Junior brother Lu Feiming, just now, Chen Shidi showed mercy, Lin Qing said with a smile. He was secretly surprised because he could see that Chunzong had comprehended the White Cloud Absolute Sky sword intent. One had to know that he himself had yet to comprehend sword intent. Hearing Lin Qing's words, everyone was even more surprised. An early Transcendent Realm 7th Layer Cultivator defeated a late Transcendent Realm 7th Layer Cultivator and showed mercy. If he had not shown mercy, wouldn't he have been killed on the spot? With this, the teams were set. Lin Qing led the team, and his teammates were Yang Ziling, who was an early Transcendent Realm 8th Layer Cultivator. Lin Zhengkong and Lu Zhang were peak Transcendent Realm 7th Layer Cultivators. Yang Mingde and Wang Kai were peak Transcendent Realm 7th Layer Cultivators, and Chunzong was early Transcendent Realm 7th Layer Cultivator. Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Summoning Riding White Cloud, Lin Qing's Riding White Cloud was the largest, with a radius of 6 meters. Chunzong's Riding White Cloud was the smallest, only 3 meters, but this was also because Chunzong had been in the sect for the shortest time. The 7 of them rode Riding White Cloud and quickly left Lingyan City, heading towards the Black Well. Along the way, Lin Qing explained the Black Well to Chunzong, giving him a basic understanding of the Black Well. As for a deeper understanding, he would need to enter the Black Well and experience it for himself. Senior brother Lin Qing, how should we distribute the loot after entering the Black Well? Yang Ziling asked. This was also the question everyone was most concerned about. Otherwise, why would they enter the Black Well? My idea is that after entering the Black Well, everything of value will be distributed according to contribution, Lin Qing said. Those who discover and obtain 70% of the loot will be divided equally among the others, and those who kill enemies and obtain treasures will be distributed according to contribution, with the highest being 30% and the lowest being 10%. Everyone thought about it for a moment and agreed with this distribution method. In fact, this was a very common method of distribution. Distribution according to contribution was very fair. If one wanted to obtain more, they would have to pay more. Of course, if one was not strong enough, it was likely that they would not obtain much. After flying for half a day on Riding White Cloud, Lin Qing began to descend and eventually landed in a mountain valley. The Black Well was in this mountain valley. After traveling for a few thousand meters, Chunzong and the others saw a very strange well. The well was facing the sky and constantly emitted a black aura, rushing upwards like smoke signals. It felt like this black well was a huge chimney buried in the ground, with black smoke billowing out. The black aura gave people an ominous feeling. Let's go, Lin Qing said. He jumped into the well and fell rapidly. Yang Ziling also jumped, and one by one, they fell into the black well. Chunzong fell into the black well and felt the black aura sweep past his body. Traces of coldness filled the air, and within the coldness, there were traces of heat. He felt like he was being hung over a fire and being smoked. The black well was very deep, estimated to be 1,000 meters. Everyone's skills were extraordinary, and they used the rough walls of the black well to slowly fall down without being seriously injured. 1,000 meters was said to be very deep, but in fact, they crossed it very quickly. The 7 of them fell one after another. The ground at the bottom of the black well was very hard. Perhaps it was originally very hard, or perhaps it was compacted by people who fell down often. The light at the bottom of the black well was very dim, and it was almost pitch black. Even though Chunzong and the others had good cultivation and could see the night as if it was day, they were still greatly affected. The visibility was very low, only about 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, it was a blur, and beyond that, it was pitch black. It's so dark here, and we can't see beyond 10 meters. It has a great impact on us. Yang Ziling's eyes were shining. He stared at the surroundings, but still couldn't see clearly beyond 10 meters. He said in a low voice, "Junior brothers, I have Mingguang jade." Lin Qing said as he took out a piece of white jade and put it on. The jade was shaped like a cloud, and there was a white bead inlaid in it. The white bead emitted an extremely strong light, which spread through the jade and became bright but not dazzling. On the contrary, it was very soft and comfortable. Under the illumination of the Mingguang jade, everything within a 100-meter radius was clearly visible to everyone. Although 100 meters couldn't compare to their usual range of vision, it was much better than 10 meters. Even so, no one dared to relax. With everyone's speed, the difference between 100 meters and 10 meters wasn't big, or rather, there was no difference. There was only one Mingguang jade, so everyone's movements were greatly restricted. The inside of the black well was a passage that extended in all directions. It was unknown whether it was naturally formed or artificially opened. As for how big it was, it had yet to be fully explored. Among the many passages, Lin Qing seemed to have a purpose and chose one of them, leading everyone deeper. Under the light of the Mingguang jade, barbs of different sizes could be seen above the passage, like the fangs of a vicious dog, causing everyone to be intimidated. The inside of the black well was silent. Everyone's footsteps were very light, but slowly spread out, creating a rhythm. The low and deep roars were like rolling thunder, as if they were coming from all directions. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they all became vigilant. The black well is inhabited by black demons. The weakest black demons are at the first order of the transcendent realm, while the strongest are at the 9th order of the transcendent realm. They're also very difficult to kill. Lin Qing's voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. Junior brothers, be careful. Unless the black demon's body is torn to pieces or smashed to pieces, you must not let your guard down. This is because they can erupt at any time and make their final counterattack. When Lin Qing finished his transmission, the thunderous roar was already nearing. A tall figure rushed into the range of the glowing jade. The figure was 5 meters tall, and his body was bloated. Every muscle seemed to be full of elasticity, and his almost black skin gave people the feeling that he was very thick and tough. Its ferocious beast-like face was like a combination of a bear and a wolf. But its eyes were scarlet red, like gems condensed from blood, and its thick and bloated body was filled with astonishing strength. In an instant, everyone attacked. Sword lights flashed, palm prints flew across the sky, and saber lights split the earth. All the attacks landed on the black demon's body, and everyone could clearly see that when the attacks landed, a layer of black light covered the black demon's body, resisting everyone's attacks. However, this layer of black light was instantly broken, and the black demon's body was hit. Its skin was thick and tough, and was full of elasticity, to a certain extent, neutralizing part of the attack power. However, the black demon's body wasn't strong enough, and in the end, its skin was torn apart and the attacks cut into its body. Kill! In an instant, the black demon's body was torn into many pieces and scattered on the ground. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and from the cuts, it could be clearly seen that the thickness of its skin was at least 2 fingers wide, an astonishing sight. This is probably a 5th-order black demon, equivalent to the 5th order of the transcendent realm, Lin Qing said. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. The moment they attacked the black demon, the feeling was very clear. If a 5th-order black demon was already like this, what about a 7th-order black demon? Chapter 1073. Junior brothers, please be careful. With our combined strength, even if we encounter a level 9 black demon, we should be able to fight it. Lin Qing said, of course, as far as I know, there are very few level 9 black demons. Unless you're very unlucky, you won't encounter one. Senior brother Lin Qing, I feel that you have a goal in mind. Yang Xiling said. No one said anything. They were all waiting for Lin Qing's reply. The black well was a dangerous place, but it was also a place of opportunity. Lin Qing was leading the team. Their goal was very simple. It was better to work together. The distribution method had been discussed, but it didn't mean that they didn't have other goals. If it was just a simple exploration of the black well, it was normal. If they had other goals, they had to make it clear. Otherwise, if they were kept in the dark, they might become cannon fodder or something else. It was always uncomfortable. Junior brothers, I have 2 goals in coming to the black well. One is to explore the black well. Junior brothers are also interested, so we formed a team. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, in addition, I paid a great price to obtain secret information from a special channel. Somewhere in the black well, there is a black flame demonic lotus that will soon mature. I didn't say it before because I was outside and was worried that the news would leak out. Now that Junior brother has asked, I will tell you. Black flame lotus. Some people frowned. They couldn't figure out what treasure it was. Could it be that the ingestion pill can purify spiritual energy and has a miraculous effect on fire-type cultivation methods? It can also make non-fire-type spiritual energy gain fire-type spiritual energy? Yang Xiling suddenly asked. I remember now. The Black Flame Lotus can be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. Lin Zhengkong suddenly said. 100,000 contribution points. Everyone gasped. Apart from Chen Zong and Lin Qing, who were heaven disciples, the other 5 were earth disciples. Even though Chen Zong had received 200,000 contribution points in one go, he was still shocked by the 100,000 contribution points, let alone the others. Junior brothers, this Black Flame Lotus is very useful to me. So when the time comes, if you help me get it, I, Lin Qing, will give each of you 10,000 contribution points. Lin Qing said solemnly, but I'll say the ugly words first. If there's any junior brother who doesn't contribute, then according to the rules, I won't give him any contribution points. Senior brother Lin Qing, if I contribute more, it should be more than 10,000 contribution points, right? Yang Xiling smiled. Of course. Lin Qing nodded. If he could obtain the Black Flame Demonic Lotus by himself, he would naturally not need to pay any price. However, the problem was that his own strength was insufficient to obtain the Black Flame Demonic Lotus. He needed to form a team with others. As for teaming up with others, it would be best if their cultivation level did not exceed his own. Otherwise, he might become the host instead. An early stage Transcendent Realm 8th layer and 5 powerful Transcendent Realm 7th layer cultivators were very suitable. Even if one of them decided to act rashly in the end, Yang Kai would be able to suppress them with his own strength. It had to be said that Lin Qing's thoughts were meticulous, and he had considered everything thoroughly. Since the conversation had already been made, everyone continued to move forward. The black well was very big, and there were many passageways. Those who were not familiar with the place would get lost easily. Even those who were familiar with the place had to be careful, or they might get lost too. However, Lin Qing did not hesitate and continued forward. Obviously, he had already explored this place before, or he had memorized the route in advance. The roars of the black monster rang out one after another in the distance. But the group did not encounter many black monsters, the strongest of which was only a 7th order one. A 7th order black monster was already quite terrifying. Its skin was extremely tough and difficult to penetrate, and the rebound force it contained was even more powerful. However, everyone's strength was not to be underestimated, and working together, they quickly killed the seventh-order black monster and dismembered its body. The black monster was very strange. If its body was not dismembered and only its arms or head were cut off, it would be impossible to kill it. If one thought it was dead and approached it, they would immediately be counterattacked. In the past, when exploring the Black Well, countless people had died because of this reason. It was not until this characteristic of the black monster was discovered and spread that the death rate had decreased. However, the decrease did not mean that there were no deaths. There were still some people who were not careful enough and died. Junior brothers, according to the information I received, there's at least one level 8 Black Fiend at the location of the Black Flame Lotus. At that time, if there is only one level 8 Black Fiend, we will work together to kill it as quickly as possible. If there is more than one, I hope that all of you will show your true abilities. You don't need to kill the Black Fiend. Just keep it occupied while I pluck the Black Flame Lotus as quickly as possible, Lin Qing said in a serious tone. A 7th-order black monster was very strong. The 5 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators present could kill it one-on-one, but it would take a lot of effort, and if they were not careful, they would be injured. An 8th-order black monster was much stronger than a 7th-order black monster. Yang Xiling did not have absolute confidence in killing it, but keeping it occupied should be possible. In front of us is the place where the Black Flame Lotus grows. Lin Qing pointed forward. Through the light of the radiant jade, more than 100 meters away, a vague entrance could be seen. Everyone also became vigilant. As they slowly approached, they could hear a low roar coming from the front, like rolling thunder, its momentum astonishing, even more shocking than the 7th-order black monster's roar from before. 8th-order black monsters, there should be 2 of them. Lin Qing's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. According to our agreement, Junior brothers will keep the 2 black monsters occupied while I take the Black Flame Lotus. After obtaining it, we will work together to kill the black monster. No one objected. With the 6 of them working together, keeping 2 black monsters occupied was not a problem. The 7 of them quickly entered through the entrance. The bright light jade's radiance spread out, illuminating the surroundings, covering a radius of 100 meters. However, this cave was not small, exceeding 100 meters. Everyone could only see 2 huge shadows that were at least 8 meters tall, but they did not see the so-called Black Flame demonic lotus. The level of the black monster was closely related to its size. A 1st-order black monster was only 1 meter tall, a 2nd-order black monster was 2 meters tall, a 3rd-order black monster was 3 meters tall, and so on. An 8th-order black monster was 8 meters tall. Although the black monster's eyes were scarlet, their eyesight was actually very poor, making it difficult for them to see far. Only a few meters away could they clearly see their targets. However, their hearing and perception were amazing, perhaps because they lived in an environment like the Black Well. Chun Shidi, you and I will work together to keep one of them occupied. The other 4 junior brothers will take care of the other one, Yang Xiling quickly said. He was an early-stage, Transcendent Realm 8th-layer cultivator, so although he couldn't kill the black monster one-on-one, he could at least keep it occupied. For safety's sake, he asked Qinzong to work together to share the pressure. As for the other 4, 2 were peak 7th-layer Transcendent Realm, and 2 were peak 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators. They all cultivated top-quality spirit-grade secret arts, so their spirit chi was extremely pure and tyrannical. Even if they couldn't kill the 8th-order black monster, they could at least keep it occupied. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qing quickly moved to another place to search for the Black Flame Lotus. Without the illumination of the radiant jade, everyone could still see clearly within a 10-meter radius, so fighting the black monsters didn't affect them much. This cave wasn't actually very big, only about 1 kilometer in radius, so Lin Qing quickly found the so-called Black Flame Lotus. While Chun Zong and the others were keeping the black monster busy, they still had time to look around. Because Lin Qing was carrying the radiant jade, they were able to see the Black Flame Lotus from a certain distance away. Near the black flame lotus, a black aura filled the air. This aura was like a dense fog, but it didn't dissipate, covering a 10-meter radius around it. A palm-sized black lotus flower, which seemed to be surrounded by black flames, was blooming little by little, exuding a strange and soul-stirring aura. The blooming of the lotus flower meant that it was about to mature. Lin Qing had grasped the timing of his arrival very well. If he had arrived early, he would have had to wait for a long time, but if he had arrived late, the black flame lotus might have already been eaten by the black monster. If the black monster ate the black flame lotus, it would definitely become even stronger and more terrifying. Presumably, these two eighth-order black monsters were waiting here for the black flame lotus to mature. As if sensing that Lin Qing was close to the black flame lotus, the two eighth-order black monsters went berserk, charging straight at Lin Qing. Chunzong and the others immediately exerted their strength, using sword, saber, and palm techniques to their heart's content, bombarding the black monsters' bodies. However, they could only break the layer of black light outside their bodies, unable to break through their tough skin. However, the tyrannical power still caused the black monsters' bodies to stop, buying time for Lin Qing. Lin Qing had already taken out a round jade-white box, which emitted traces of cold fog. It was obviously made of cold jade, and from its appearance, it seemed to have been specially made for the black flame lotus. Lin Qing held the cold jade box in one hand while staring at the black flame lotus that was about to fully bloom. At the same time, he also paid attention to the two eighth-order black monsters, preventing them from rushing over. Fortunately, the 6 junior brothers were also doing their best to stall the two frenzied black monsters. But the frenzied black monsters were even more terrifying, putting a lot of pressure on everyone. The black monsters were very powerful, and if they were hit, even Yang Xiling would not be able to withstand it and would be injured. Therefore, everyone was very careful to avoid being injured while also holding the black monsters back, which was very laborious. When the black flame lotus had fully bloomed, Lin Qing quickly took action, directly plucking the black flame lotus and putting it into the cold jade box, then into his storage ring. After doing all this, Lin Qing immediately drew his sword and slashed at one of the eighth-order black monsters. Seeing that the black flame lotus was successfully collected by Lin Qing, everyone stopped paying attention and focused on dealing with the black monsters. The black aura in the surroundings gathered towards the center and then continued to shrink towards the center. In the end, it turned into a black flame that was the size of a needle and kept burning. The flame was very small, and its aura was very weak. Everyone's attention was focused on the black monsters, so they did not notice it. Lin Qing's cultivation was at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and he was also a Heaven Grey disciple, so his strength was very tyrannical. Once he slashed out, it did not take long for a black monster to be beheaded. Chapter 1074. The black light spread out and exploded in an instant. The terrifying power spread out in all directions like a stormy sea. Everyone felt as if they were in the middle of a huge wave and retreated. In the explosion of the black light, the black demon's body expanded rapidly. It reached 9 meters, then 9 meters, then 9 meters, and finally stopped at 9. 2 meters. The 2-meter black demon's aura was even more terrifying. It surged like smoke, shaking the entire cave. Everyone's expression changed. Even Lin Qing, who was the most powerful, had a dignified expression. A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the sound waves surged and swept out, causing numerous holes to be blasted open on the ground and the surroundings. The black demon, who had unexpectedly reached 9 meters, waved its thicker arms and blasted out a terrifying storm. It swept out in all directions like a roaring hurricane. Chunzong quickly retreated, but he was still affected. He could only feel an irresistible force coming at him. It was so irresistible that it could destroy mountains. Chunzong used his body movement to the extreme and tried his best to dodge. However, the range of the storm was very wide. It covered all directions without any gaps. Even if Chun Zong's body movement was better, he could not avoid it. He could only try his best to protect himself. His body was hit by the hurricane, and he quickly retreated in the direction where the black flame lotus was growing. Inadvertently, Chun Zong stepped on the ground, right on top of the black flame. The purple cloud, true flame, within Chun Zong's body seemed to have sensed something and instantly released a burst of power. It extended out of Chun Zong's control from the bottom of his feet and directly enveloped the black flame. With a curl, it disappeared into the bottom of his feet. Chun Zong also felt the strange movement of the purple cloud, true flame. However, Chun Zong did not have time to check it out as the black demon was crazily attacking and destroying everything. Even Lin Qing was forced to retreat by the black demon. Junior brothers, don't fight. Leave here. Lin Qing slashed out with his sword, causing boundless sword light to surge out. It contained immense power as it slammed into the black demon monster's body, causing it to explode. Even though the powerful energy did not break through the black demon monster's defenses, it still caused its body to sway and continuously retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qing immediately rushed out of the cave. Everyone seized this fleeting opportunity and rushed towards the exit at full speed. The 9th-ranked Black Fiend was too strong, unexpectedly strong. Even if the 7 of them worked together, it would be very difficult to kill it. Even if they could kill it, there would be no benefits. After all, the only thing of value on the Black Devil monster's body was its pair of eyes. However, that value was relative. It could be sold for some origin stones. To the crowd, those origin stones were nothing. If they were divided, it wouldn't be much. The Black Demon's pawn didn't have much intelligence, but it had shocking beast instincts. It locked onto the group and immediately chased after them. Every step it took left deep footprints on the ground. It was as if there was an earthquake. The terrifying aura was extremely violent, crazily rushing over. The astonishing pressure caused everyone's faces to turn cold, and they continued to rush forward with all their might. From the moment they entered the Black Well until now, they had not gained anything. Originally, he planned to explore other places after collecting the Black Flame Bewitching Lotus and look for valuable things. He didn't expect that a rank 8 Black Fiend would go berserk and become a rank 9 Black Fiend. The opponent was too strong, and the Black Well was very dangerous, so he could only return along the way. Lin Qing was the strongest. From time to time, he would attack the Black Fiend with his sword to slow it down and buy time for the others to escape. The others wouldn't let Lin Qing bear the pressure alone, so they all understood the principle of working together. Although the 9th-ranked Black Fiend was very strong, its strength lay in its body. As long as they didn't fight it in close quarters, they wouldn't be in too much danger. If it was a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to escape. Their arrival was slow, but their departure was quick. Everyone used their movement techniques to their utmost to return. They rushed to the entrance of the Black Well and leaped up into the sky. They then quickly summoned Riding White Cloud and rode it to fly up into the sky. The 9th-ranked Black Fiend also rushed to the mouth of the Black Well. Its incomparably thick and solid legs bent as waves of tyrannical power unceasingly rushed out from its body, pouring into its legs like waves. One could clearly see its muscles trembling madly. Calm. An astonishing sound rang out like a clap of thunder. An incomparably tyrannical power gushed out from its legs and bombarded the ground, causing it to tremble like an earthquake. The hard ground was also crushed by this tyrannical power. The formless power seemed to have taken form at this moment. It was like a cloud of smoke that pushed the black demon's huge body into the sky, like a meteor going against the flow of the current. Its speed was far faster than Chun Zong's group. It would only take a moment for it to rush out of the Black Well and continue chasing after Chun Zong's group. Just as the Black Fiend was about to rush out of the Black Well, an invisible power appeared and suppressed it, knocking it down. A violent explosion rang out as the Black Fiend was directly smashed into the ground. However, the Black Fiend's vitality was very tenacious. It didn't die and would quickly recover. After leaving the Black Well, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being chased by a 9th-rank Black Fiend wasn't good. "Unlucky, we didn't find anything," Lin Zhengkong said unhappily, shaking his head. "Fortunately, we have senior brother Lin Qing's 10,000 contribution points," LV Zhang said with a smile. Thinking that they could still get 10,000 contribution points, everyone felt much better. After all, 10,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. If they had to complete the mission by themselves, they would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Now that they didn't spend much time, they could get 10,000 contribution points in less than a day. Of course, the process wasn't that easy, but no matter what, everyone came out unscathed. Lin Qing followed the previous agreement and took out his disciple token, transferring 10,000 contribution points to everyone. "Thank you, junior brothers," Lin Qing said with a smile after transferring the contribution points. "Goodbye. Let's work together next time. Let's go." After cupping their hands, everyone left. Shenzong didn't return to Lingyun City. Instead, he summoned White Cloud and quickly flew in the direction of another city. Jigu City was a city outside of White Cloud Mountain's boundary. In terms of scale, it wasn't smaller than Lingyun City. As soon as he entered Jigu City, Shenzong didn't find a restaurant to have a meal. Instead, he booked a room. After closing the door, he immediately checked it carefully. What was the reason for the purple cloud primordial flame's strange behavior in the Black Well? Shenzong didn't know, but he had to check it out to be at ease. Previously, he was in a hurry to escape, and then he had to find a relatively safe place after separating. After checking, Shenzong looked into the purple cloud primordial flame in his body and found a little black. This discovery surprised Shenzong. A flame. Shenzong was even more surprised. That black flame was actually a wisp of flame the size of a finger. It continued to burn and emitted traces of heat. That heat had an indescribable strangeness and was very demonic. It made Shenzong think of the black flame demonic lotus. Black flame lotus. Thinking of this, Shenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He carefully recalled the process in the Black Well. The place where he landed was exactly where the black flame lotus grew. Was there any relationship between the black flame lotus and this flame? Shenzong had been in seclusion for half a year. In addition to cultivating, he had also read a lot of ancient books. With Shenzong's powerful soul and memory, he could remember the contents of those ancient books with just one reading. Therefore, after half a year, Shenzong had read a lot of ancient books and accumulated a lot of knowledge. For example, when Lin Qing mentioned the black flame lotus, Shenzong already knew what it was, but he didn't show it. Now that he thought about it carefully, Shenzong remembered a relatively rare ancient book he had read. It recorded a characteristic of the black flame lotus. That was, the black flame lotus could give birth to a special kind of earth flame, the black flame lotus. So, that black flame was the black flame lotus? Shenzong's face was full of disbelief. If it was really the black flame lotus, then he was really lucky. Not all black flame lotuses could give birth to the black flame lotus. The black flame lotus is born from the black flame lotus. It has the ability to purify and give the power of the black flame lotus. Shenzong recalled the rare ancient book he had read. If it was really the black flame lotus, then it should have this ability. However, this flame seems to be very weak. Weak. It was reasonable. After all, when the black flame lotus was plucked, the black flame lotus had just condensed and was swept into the body by the purple cloud true flame. There was no chance for it to grow properly. The growth of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, in addition to the accumulation of time, is also through devouring other extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Shenzong's eyes shone brightly as he said, "If I use the purple cloud true flames to devour the black lotus demonic flame, it will allow the purple cloud true flames to grow even further. Furthermore, it will allow the purple cloud true flames to evolve and possess the abilities of the black lotus demonic flame." Thinking of this, Chenzong did not hesitate. He immediately urged the purple cloud true flame to devour the black lotus demonic flame. The black lotus demonic flame was not willing to be devoured. However, it was helpless. The black lotus demonic flame had just appeared and was swept away before it had a chance to grow. It was not even a first-grade flame, while the purple cloud true flame was a fourth-grade flame. The difference between a fourth-grade flame and a first-grade flame was too big. It was a complete suppression. In addition, the purple cloud true flame was controlled by Chenzong. It was more active and aggressive. On the other hand, the black lotus demonic flame did not have a consciousness and could only passively defend. In just a few breaths, the black lotus demonic flame's resistance was defeated. The purple cloud true flame immediately scattered the black lotus demonic flame and devoured it bit by bit. Chenzong could clearly feel that the purple cloud true flame was undergoing a little change. The original purple color was now filled with bits of black. The black color was emitting a demonic light, making the purple cloud true flame look even more beautiful. The purple cloud true flame's aura was also changing. The original illusion was still there, but now there was a trace of demonic light. When the purple cloud true flame had completely devoured the black lotus demonic flame, the change was complete. After all, the purple cloud true flame was much stronger than the black lotus demonic flame. Therefore, it did not take long. Previously, Chenzong was not very sure. However, after devouring, he was 100% sure that it was the black lotus demonic flame. Chapter 1075. Chenzong opened his palm, and under the control of his mind, wisps of purple fire mist drilled out of his palm and rose above his palm. The originally pure purple fire mist was now filled with bits of black starlight, which looked even more dazzling and dazzling. After swallowing the black lotus demonic flame, the purple cloud true flame is still at the fourth grade, Chenzong said to himself. After all, the black lotus demonic flame's grade was too low. Although the purple cloud true flame did not reach the fifth grade, it was still somewhat stronger. The most important thing was the change in the purple cloud true flame. With the ability of the black lotus demonic flame, its potential had greatly increased. In the future, the possibility of it reaching a higher grade or even evolving into a heavenly flame had also increased. Most of the earth flame's potential was limited. Not to mention being unable to evolve into a heavenly flame, it was difficult to even reach the 7th, 8th, or 9th grade. For example, according to Chenzong's understanding of the purple cloud true flame, its growth potential was at the 6th grade. After reaching the 6th grade, it would be very difficult to reach the 7th grade. As for the 8th grade, it was needless to say. As for the black lotus demonic flame, its growth potential was at the 5th grade. Now that the purple cloud true flame had swallowed the black lotus demonic flame, its growth potential was certain to reach the 7th grade. As for whether it could reach the 8th grade, it was hard to say. Since it has swallowed the black lotus demonic flame, its original name is no longer suitable. Chenzong gazed at the bits of black starlight flickering in the purple mist. It was exceptionally magnificent and gave off a feeling of the starry sky. Just like the starry sky, let's call it the purple cloud black star flame. With a change of thought, Chenzong decided on the name of this new earth flame. From now on, there was one more type of earth flame. Since he had mastered the purple cloud black star flame, Chenzong began to channel the purple cloud black star flame into the spiritual wheel. The spiritual wheel was the foundation of spiritual power. If he wanted to purify spiritual power, it was best to start from the spiritual wheel because it was the foundation. Tracing to the origin, the purple cloud black star flame first entered the first spirit wheel. As the spirit wheel rotated, it gradually spread out and covered the entire spirit wheel. The spirit wheel turned from white to purple, and within the purple, there were even specks of demonic black starlight. As the fire mist rose, the spiritual energy inside the first spiritual wheel began to burn. This kind of burning wasn't to burn the spiritual energy, but to burn the impurities into ashes to achieve the goal of purifying the spiritual energy. The benefits of purifying one's spiritual energy were great. It meant that one's explosive power would be even more tyrannical, and in a way, one's strength would increase. However, purifying spiritual energy was not an easy task. It required both luck and time. 6 hours later, the spirit energy in the first spirit wheel was completely purified. As the purple cloud black star flame retreated, the white color of the spirit wheel looked even purer. It gave off a clear and pure feeling like the sun shining on a sunny day after summer rain. Outside of the spiritual wheel, there was a slight sense of distortion. It was as if the surrounding air was being distorted by the flames. After 6 hours of calcining, the purple cloud black star flame had consumed quite a bit of energy and needed to recover. Fortunately, the purple cloud black star flame had fused with the dragon energy. By circulating the dragon energy, it could speed up the recovery process. Chunzong was multitasking. He circulated his dragon power to restore the purple cloud black star flame while checking the purified first spiritual wheel. As soon as he circulated the spiritual energy within it, Chunzong compared it with the spiritual energy of the other spiritual wheels. He immediately discovered that the difference was very obvious. 100%. The difference in purity was 100%, which meant that it was twice as pure. Even if I cultivate the white cloud ultimate technique to the 13th level, the purity of my spiritual energy will only increase by 30%. 2 levels will only increase it by 70%. Chunzong secretly compared. In that case, the purification power of the purple cloud black star flame was indeed very good. It was better than 2 levels of a spiritual level technique. However, it was not 3 levels. It was between 2 and 3 levels. The increase in spiritual energy purity directly increased Chunzong's strength and made him even more powerful. This was a great benefit. Of course, the current increase was not enough. He had to refine and purify all 7 spiritual wheels. In addition to the spiritual energy being twice as pure, there's also a blazing aura of flames. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Chunzong carefully felt the blazing aura of the spiritual energy. It was not weak, but it was also not very strong. However, it could still increase the power of the spiritual energy. Of course, it was not as pure as the spiritual energy. If converted, it was roughly equivalent to 20% of the spiritual energy's power. It was better than nothing. After the purple cloud black star flame recovered, Chunzong began to refine and purify the second spiritual wheel. Staying in the upper room of the restaurant, Chunzong did not step out. He wholeheartedly cultivated, refining the spiritual wheels, recovering the power of the purple cloud black star flame, and then refining the spiritual wheels again. After 5 days, Chunzong finally finished refining and purifying all 7 spiritual wheels with the purple cloud black star flame. The 7 spiritual wheels, which were twice as pure as before, began to rotate at an even faster speed. They let out a mighty roar as if they could crush everything. The spiritual energy contained within the spiritual wheels had also become pure and more tyrannical. It also carried a blazing heat that could melt gold and iron. The benefits of the spiritual energy becoming pure and carrying a blazing aura were also revealed. Chunzong's meridians were constantly being refined, becoming wider and tougher. They were able to accommodate tyrannical spiritual energy in an instant. It seems that the black flame demonic lotus's effect is not as good as this. Chunzong secretly said. Of course, if the black flame demonic lotus was combined with other precious spiritual herbs and refined by a skilled alchemist, the effect would be even better. Originally, it was agreed that the spiritual energy would be distributed according to contribution. However, it was a complete accident that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame. Should he tell them now that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame? The mysterious energy of heaven and earth was very precious and rarely seen. Its value was not something the Black Flame demonic lotus could compare to. Chunzong was sure that if he said that he obtained the Black Lotus demonic flame, it would definitely attract covetous eyes. After finishing his cultivation, Chunzong opened the door and went to the restaurant. He ordered a table of delicious food and wine and began to eat and drink. Every time he went to a city, Chunzong would find a restaurant and have a big meal. This time, due to some special circumstances, he did not do so. Instead, he went into seclusion first. Now that his seclusion was over, he had to eat and drink as he pleased. After a delicious meal, Chunzong did not return to his room. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant and strolled on the wide streets of Jigu City. He did not have any special purpose. It was just a very leisurely stroll. The scale of Jigu City was not inferior to Lingyun City. However, compared to Lingyun City, Jigu City had a different kind of heritage. It was a kind of charm that had settled down with the passage of time. It was a kind of rational and ancient flavor. As people walked on the streets, they seemed to be influenced by this kind of invisible smell. They were tainted with a trace of this aura. Even the bodies of the peddlers seemed to have an additional charm of being well-read. Without a doubt, just from the senses alone, this was a city with a considerable cultural heritage. However, Chunzong also discovered that there were many cultivators in Jigu City. Almost every person walking on the streets had a cultivation base. The only difference was the level of their cultivation base. Even the peddlers who were dressed very ordinarily were at least in the foundation building realm. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the sky pillar upper region was extremely dense and pure. Because of this, the people who were born and raised here had decent aptitudes. Even without cultivating, they still had a strong body. Moreover, some simple cultivation techniques were widely spread here. One could cultivate them with a little effort. With a superior environment, decent aptitudes, and cultivation techniques, one could reach the foundation building realm after many years as long as one persisted in cultivating. It would strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. After walking for an hour, Chunzong did not use any movement techniques. He walked at the speed of an ordinary person. Therefore, he only walked through a long street before turning around and walking back to the restaurant. After relaxing his body and mind, Chunzong began to cultivate. As he circulated the white cloud ultimate technique, the seven spirit wheels immediately sped up. A large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi poured into the room from all directions and quickly filled Chunzong's eyes. As soon as it came into contact with Chunzong's body, it was immediately absorbed into his body and quickly refined. It strengthened the seventh spirit wheel and improved his cultivation base. During his cultivation, Chunzong was surprised to find that the white cloud ultimate technique seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the 13th level. When Chunzong left White Cloud Mountain, his white cloud ultimate technique had only broken through to the 12th level. He estimated that it would take at least half a year to break through to the 13th level. He did not expect to see signs of a breakthrough in such a short time. Striking while the iron was hot, Chunzong continued to circulate the white cloud ultimate technique. As he improved his cultivation base, he also improved the white cloud ultimate technique. Half a day later, a tyrannical aura spread out from Chunzong's body. Wisps of white clouds filled the air, as if they were coming from Chunzong's body and sweeping in from all directions. The wisps of cloud mist were astonishingly flexible and had an extremely pure quality to them. The 13th level of the white cloud ultimate technique. Chunzong couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Sure enough, coming out for life experience was the right choice. If he hadn't come out for life experience and was still cultivating on White Cloud Mountain, he definitely wouldn't have made such an obvious improvement. Perhaps his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 7th layer transcendent realm, but his strength had improved significantly. The true White Cloud Extreme art broke through to the 13th level so quickly. Perhaps it's because my spirit energy was purified by the purple cloud black star flame. The purity of my spirit energy affects my cultivation method to a certain extent, causing my cultivation method's realm to rise as well. Chunzong suddenly understood. The realm of a secret art was closely related to the density or purity of one's spirit energy. After all, when a secret art's realm increased, the density and purity of one's spirit energy would be directly affected. Therefore, the improvement of one's spirit energy would in turn affect one's secret arts realm. Such enlightenment immediately gave Chunzong a deeper understanding of his secret arts cultivation. Although his White Cloud ultimate technique had reached the 13th level, the purity of his spirit energy was higher than the 15th level of the White Cloud ultimate technique, somewhere between the 15th and 16th levels. Following this, Chunzong didn't leave the upper room of the restaurant and instead focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation. On the 12th day in the upper room of the restaurant, Chunzong suddenly felt a blazing aura spread out from his body and instantly engulfed his entire body. This kind of power wasn't the purple cloud black star flame's power, but another kind of power. Extraordinary force. After working hard for so long, I've finally mastered the fire attribute extraordinary force. Chunzong's eyes flashed. Chapter 1076. 13th level of White Cloud True Art. True Flame Body Tempering Art. 4th layer of White Cloud Force. 3rd layer of Heart Sword Force. 1st layer of Purple Flame Force. 4th grade Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. White Cloud Absolute Sky Sword. Illusory Cloud Path. Blue Cloud Disintegration. Heart Sword Sutra. These were all the cultivation arts, martial arts, and powers that Chunzong had mastered. With my current strength, I can become a powerful master in Blue Wave's world. Chunzong's eyes flashed, but it's not enough. My opponents are very strong. With his current 7th level Transcendent Realm cultivation, he wouldn't have the upper hand against those powerful opponents. Stronger. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to 9th level Transcendent Realm. Chunzong had already made up his mind. In theory, 9th level Transcendent Realm cultivation was equivalent to the late Heavenly Profound Realm in Blue Wave's world. With that kind of cultivation and the combination of various martial arts, one's strength would reach an extremely high level. Only then would one be able to deal with those powerful enemies and kill them one by one to settle their grudges. The cultivation environment of Blue Wave's world was naturally not comparable to the cultivation environment of Lingwu Holy World. There was no benefit in returning early. There was a very unique force in Jigu City called Ancient Knowledge Pavilion. Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was known for its knowledge of the 8 directions and 4 extremes. In layman's terms, Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was a force that specialized in information trading. The headquarters of Ancient Knowledge Pavilion was located in Jigu City. Chunzong wanted to improve himself more efficiently, whether it was cultivation or strength. However, just cultivating in seclusion wasn't enough. He needed to sharpen himself. However, he couldn't blindly sharpen himself. Otherwise, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Chunzong came to Ancient Knowledge Pavilion to inquire about a suitable place for him to train. After paying the corresponding fee, Chunzong left Ancient Knowledge Pavilion in Jigu City with satisfaction. Myriad Treasures Secret Realm. Chunzong called out riding White Cloud and flew forward rapidly at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Hidden territories existed in heaven and earth. Some hidden territories were naturally formed by heaven and earth, while others were created by masters. Most of the time, the mystic realm only existed in the void. Only at certain times would the passageway open, allowing people to enter and obtain benefits within a limited time. The 10,000 Treasures Mystery Domain was originally a natural mystery domain. Later, it was found by an 8-star sect and established as a place for this sect to train its disciples. This sect was called the 10,000 Treasures Mystery Domain. The sect was called the 10,000 Treasures sect because it possessed many treasures. However, having many treasures had also become a drawback of the sect. It attracted the covetous eyes of other powerful forces. Undercurrents surged, and in the end, a fierce war broke out. After that great war, the 10,000 Treasure sect became history, and a large number of its treasures were divided up. As for the 10,000 Treasure sealed world, it was a special place. Moreover, the 10,000 Treasure sealed world was just a place for the disciples of the 10,000 Treasure sect to hone their skills. The treasures inside were all spirit grade, suitable for transcendence and of little value to saints. It was said that after a discussion, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm did not belong to the sect. Instead, they made it an open secret realm. In this way, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was not destroyed. It had been passed down to this day and would appear once every 10 years. Over the years, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm had opened many times. Many people had entered to search for treasures, but no one knew how many treasures were left inside. 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. This was the entrance to the 10,000 Treasures secret realm that had opened over the years. It was 50,000 kilometers away from Jigu City, but Chunzong was flying on a white cloud, so his speed was very fast. The 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley was actually very ordinary. It was just an ordinary valley, like many other ordinary valleys. However, it was very famous because of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. It could be said that the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley was created by the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, making it famous far and wide. When Chunzong saw the 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley, many people had already gathered in the valley. These people were not all standing together. Some were alone, while others were in groups of 3 or 5, each occupying a place. Someone else is coming. A burly man wearing a black eye patch said coldly as he stared at the figure that was rapidly approaching in the sky with his single eye flickering with light. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm is about to open. There must be many people who know about it, and there are also many who are rushing over. The beautiful woman next to the one-eyed, burly man smiled. That's right. For many people, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm is a rare opportunity. The hunchbacked old man next to the one-eyed, burly man said in a hoarse voice. The one-eyed, burly man, the beautiful woman, and the hunchbacked old man. The combination of these 3 people was quite strange and very eye-catching. Naturally, Chunzong's arrival was not only noticed by these 3 people, but also by the others. A white cloud in the sky. He's a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. A white cloud in the sky with a radius of 3 meters. It looks very ordinary. I guess he's a human class disciple. At most, he's an earth class disciple. The white cloud in the sky of White Cloud Mountain was a symbol, so it was quite easy to distinguish. Many cultivators knew about the white cloud in the sky. The white cloud in the sky was only 3 meters in size, so Chunzong was underestimated. However, Chunzong didn't care. Being underestimated or overestimated wouldn't cause his cultivation to decrease or increase, and it wouldn't cause his strength to weaken or increase. Chunzong landed and put away riding White Cloud. He stood alone in a corner of the valley and swept his gaze across the crowd, taking in all the people standing around him. There were about 100 people, but this wasn't all of them. There would be more coming. There were more than 100 people present, and each of them exuded a tyrannical aura. The weakest of them was in the transcendent realm 4th layer, while the strongest was in the 7th or 8th layer. Some of them had a calm and neutral aura, some had a deep and profound aura, some had a fierce and violent aura, and some had a gloomy and strange aura. A person's personality, cultivation method, martial arts, and so on would all form a unique aura, which would become a person's mark. Some of these people were loose cultivators, and they were not young. Some were disciples of sect or family, and they were relatively younger. After all, loose cultivators often didn't have outstanding inheritances or resources, so it was relatively difficult for them to cultivate. Therefore, it was reasonable for loose cultivators to be older than Yongkai. Sect or family disciples had better resources, environment, and inheritances, so it was relatively easier for them to cultivate. They would be younger than loose cultivators when they reached the same realm. Asterisk, dong, dong, dong. Asterisk, the ground shook, and a sound like the beating of a drum came from the distance and quickly approached. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sound as they saw a huge black figure running along the ground. It was a bear, a big black bear. When it ran, it was 5 meters tall, and if it stood up, it would likely be more than 10 meters tall. The fur on the black bear was like steel needles, which made the black bear look even more powerful. A tuft of golden hair grew on the big black bear's forehead. It fluttered in the wind like a burning flame, swaying in the wind. It was very conspicuous and eye-catching. It's a golden flame, earth-shaking bear. A 7th grade spirit beast, golden flame, earth-shaking bear. It's Master Golden Flame. Master Golden Flame is also here. Although Master Golden Flame is strong, the treasures inside the myriad treasure-sealed world are still attractive to him. Chunzong stared at the black-robed old man on the black bear's back while listening to the crowd's discussion. The black-robed old man had a serious look on his face, giving him a dignified appearance. His black robe was covered with complicated golden lines that crisscrossed with each other, giving it a mysterious appearance, like a burning flame. Chunzong could feel that this Master Golden Flame's aura was extremely strong and was exuding an astonishing heat, as if it could burn everything. 9th layer, Transcendent Realm. This Master Golden Flame was a 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master, but because the other party's aura was restrained, Chunzong couldn't tell what Master Golden Flame's cultivation was. However, after reaching the 9th layer Transcendent Realm, he could indeed be called a master. Listening to their conversation, Chunzong also knew that this Master Golden Flame was a loose cultivator. For a loose cultivator to be able to cultivate to the 9th layer Transcendent Realm and even have a 7th grade spirit beast, it was indeed amazing. Greetings, Senior Golden Flame. The loose cultivators greeted Master Golden Flame one by one. For many loose cultivators, Master Golden Flame was a signboard. A loose cultivator's life was more difficult than that of a sect's disciple or a family's disciple. If they didn't have a strong enough backer, their life would often be even worse. The strong were a kind of invisible deterrence. If the loose cultivators were to be compared to a special force, then Master Golden Flame was equivalent to the main force. Of course, there was no lack of Master Golden Flame among the loose cultivators, but compared to a force, there were fewer of them. When the loose cultivators saluted, Master Golden Flame would also salute one by one. As for the sect's disciples and family's disciples, most of them wouldn't salute, some of them maintaining their status. Chunzong could see that although everyone was standing separately, the loose cultivators and the disciples of the forces were clearly separated. Asterisk, hong hong hong. Asterisk, as the commotion caused by Master Golden Flame's arrival calmed down again. Everyone continued to wait for the opening of the myriad treasure-sealed world. Suddenly, an astonishing sound of fierce collisions rang out. Who's fighting? Such a powerful collision of auras. These two are very strong. Everyone was surprised when they saw dust billowing in the distance, like an earth dragon rolling over, waves of earth surging towards the myriad treasure-sealed world. Amidst the thick dust, two figures were constantly colliding, emitting astonishing auras. These were the fluctuations of spiritual energy, extremely shocking. 8th layer, Transcendent Realm. Chunzong thought. His sharp eyes looked over and saw that the two figures didn't seem to be very old, in their 20s. A 20-year-old 8th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator was indeed shocking. With a loud bang, the ground shook and cracks spread out like lightning. The two figures were also sent flying by the tyrannical force, landing on opposite ends of the myriad treasure-sealed world. Zhang Zai, as a loose cultivator, you can actually fight me to a standstill with 80% of my strength. Not bad. I'll give you some time to think about it. The young man who landed on the side of the forces had his hands behind his back, staring at one of the loose cultivators with a domineering gaze, his voice filled with oppression. Su Shixiang, although you're stronger than me, it's absolutely impossible for me to submit to you. There's no need to think about it. The other young man, Zhang Zai, replied firmly. Chapter 1077. Zhang Zai, a rogue cultivator, was a rare genius among rogue cultivators. Not only was he extraordinary, he also had many fortuitous encounters. It was said that his master was an expert among rogue cultivators, a half-step sage. Su Shixiang, a 1,000-year-old descendant of the Su family, was the #1 genius and possessed extraordinary abilities. Many geniuses from various forces had been defeated by Zhang Zai, causing his reputation to soar. Naturally, it also attracted some hostility. Su Shixiang fancied Zhang Zai's ability and wanted to subdue him, but Zhang Zai refused. Zhang Zai's refusal caused Su Shixiang's eyes to narrow, emitting a dangerous light. A tyrannical aura spread out like an invisible hand, wreaking havoc in all directions, causing cracks to spread out rapidly. Zhang Zai's face turned solemn as he gathered his strength. Even though his talent was extraordinary, he had a powerful master, and he had many fortuitous encounters, allowing him to surpass many geniuses of his generation and become a famous heaven's pride among rogue cultivators. There was still a gap between him and Su Shixiang. If Su Shixiang used his full strength, Zhang Zai wouldn't be his opponent. But even if he wasn't, Zhang Zai didn't have any thoughts of submitting. His aura became more and more desolate, as if Su Shixiang would explode in the next breath and attack Zhang Zai with his full strength, injuring or even killing him. Little friend Su, little friend Zhang has his own decision. I'm afraid it's not good for you to force him. Sage Golden Flame spoke, his voice full of majesty. Sage Golden Flame, I know you like to meddle in other people's business. Su Shixiang turned to look at Sage Golden Flame, his eyes emitting a cold light. The corner of his mouth curled up, his face full of disdain. Meddling in other people's business has nothing to do with me. But if you meddle in my business, I'll beat you to death. Sage Golden Flame's expression turned solemn after hearing Su Shixiang's words. The rogue cultivators' faces changed greatly, and they were inwardly furious. What? You bunch of losers want to make a move against me? Su Shixiang's sneer became even more obvious. I'm right here, you can try. Su Shixiang's attitude was extremely arrogant, to the point that the disciples couldn't stand it, let alone the rogue cultivators who were directly provoked. They really wanted to kill Su Shixiang, but they didn't dare to. The 1,000-year Su family was very powerful, but they were 7-star power. The consequences of killing their #1 genius wasn't something these rogue cultivators could bear. They would definitely receive revenge from the 1,000-year Su family. That would be a bloodbath. Even an expert like Adept Golden Flame wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone, this has nothing to do with you. Senior Golden Flame, thank you for speaking up for justice, but leave this matter to me. Zhang Zai spoke hurriedly, as he was deeply afraid that the rage of everyone would cause an irreversible and terrible consequence. After that, Zhang Zai's eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at Su Shixiang and said in a low voice, Su Shixiang, I've already said it very clearly. I'll absolutely not submit to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. An intense killing intent instantly shot out from Su Shixiang's eyes. It was like 2 bolts of cold lightning, causing Zhang Zai's heart to tremble slightly as he became extremely vigilant. In the next moment, he was about to receive Su Shixiang's terrifying attack. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. It was not Su Shixiang who made a move, but the 10,000 treasures Mountain Valley. This vibration attracted everyone's attention, causing Su Shixiang to shift his gaze away from Zhang Zai. The vibration became more and more obvious as an invisible force appeared in the 10,000 treasures Mountain Valley. Countless yuan qi of heaven and earth surged in from all directions. The heavenly wind blew, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth danced in the air like white dragons. Eventually, they gathered in the center of the 10,000 treasures Mountain Valley. Everyone was repelled by this powerful force, and they all retreated, staring at the changes in the valley. Endless yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered in the center of the valley, condensing into an even more powerful yuan qi of heaven and earth. The light was so bright that it was hard for people to look at it directly. An even more powerful energy fluctuation spread out, sweeping in all directions and spreading to a very far place. This kind of energy fluctuation, could it be that the 10,000 Treasures secret realm has already opened? Dozens of miles away, a group of people who were running quickly with their movement techniques all paused. The leader carefully sensed for a while, then quickly said, "Speed up." In another direction, hundreds of miles away, a very muscular figure flew past at an astonishing speed. Behind him, there was a red shadow floating. Upon closer inspection, it was a cloak, a very long cloak. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm has opened. The tall figure paused slightly. The long red cloak fluttered in the wind, allowing his body to stay in the air. It seems that I have to speed up. Hopefully, I can find a treasure that can help me break through. After all, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was valued by many people. In the center of the 10,000 Treasures mountain valley, countless yuan chi of heaven and earth gathered. Then, as if the void was being torn apart, a white crack appeared. The crack expanded, and countless yuan chi of heaven and earth swirled around, finally condensing into a white portal. The portal emitted a very profound energy, as if it contained endless mysteries. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm has opened. Let's go. Everyone looked at the mysterious white portal excitedly. They were all very excited. Su Shixiang burst out with an extremely powerful energy and charged forward without caring about anything. He didn't even take Shenzong, a disciple of White Cloud Mountain, seriously. Of course, he didn't know that Shenzong was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Su Shixiang was the first to enter the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. Perhaps he could get more benefits if he entered earlier, but was that the truth? Of course not. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm was opened by the 10,000 Treasures sect for the sect's transcendent realm disciples to gain experience. There was no difference between entering earlier and later. Not long after, Shenzong also took a step forward and entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. The yuan chi of heaven and earth in the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was very pure. The sky was clear and the earth was bright. At a glance, it gave people a spacious and comfortable feeling. Shenzong bought information from Ancient Knowledge Tower, so he naturally had a detailed understanding of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. When Ancient Knowledge Tower provided the news that the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was about to open, they also told Shenzong some information about the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. Since it was a secret realm used by the 10,000 Treasures sect to cultivate the disciples of the sect, it naturally wouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, that was in the era of the 10,000 Treasures sect. Now, the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was ownerless. Once it opened, as long as one was at the transcendent realm, anyone could enter. Naturally, the danger would be greatly increased. There were hundreds of people who had arrived at the 10,000 Treasures mountain valley one after another. Now, they were all rushing into the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, either alone or in groups of 3 to 5. They quickly went in all directions. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm would be open for a month. After a month, it would close. If one didn't leave at that time, they would be trapped inside, and the consequence would be death. This point had been confirmed. Someone had entered but didn't manage to leave in time. When the 10,000 Treasures secret realm opened again, the person's corpse was found. Outside the 10,000 Treasures mountain valley, a group of people quickly arrived. This group of people didn't look very old. They were about 20 years old, but most of them didn't look more than 25 years old. This group of people was wearing black armor that was very close to their bodies. They were surrounded by an astonishing aura that was very domineering and strong. Among this group of people, there was a familiar face. If Shenzong saw him, he would recognize him. It was Yu Xingji, Big Dipper Tyrant sect. This group of people was the disciples of Big Dipper Tyrant sect. The 10,000 Treasures mountain valley was located relatively close to Big Dipper Tyrant sect. The group of Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples quickly entered the teleportation gate and entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. After the group of Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples had all entered the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, a figure arrived not long after. His long red cloak fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. Without any hesitation, the figure directly rushed into the teleportation gate of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm. The teleportation gate didn't disappear. Instead, it would exist for a month and would only close after a month. Therefore, in this 1 month, anyone with a suitable cultivation could enter and exit as they wished. Chunzong was searching, looking for opportunities. In the 10,000 Treasures secret realm, opportunities were everywhere. However, whether one could encounter them or not depended on one's luck and ability. Chunzong felt that his luck had always been good. The 10,000 Treasures secret realm was very big. After hundreds of people entered, they dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Only Chunzong was left alone. The environment of the 10,000 Treasures secret realm was very good. It had a strong self-recovery ability. Even if it was damaged, 10 years was enough for it to completely recover, unless the damage was too severe. This was a method that the powerhouses of the 10,000 Treasures sect had set up when they first opened it. It was to prevent the 10,000 Treasures secret realm from collapsing. As he walked, Chunzong suddenly realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. It was as if he had stepped into another place. First, it was a fog-like white expanse. Chunzong felt as if he had fallen into a fog. He couldn't tell north from south and could only keep moving forward, hoping to step out of this place. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. He was cloaked in fog and held a long sword. The sword light reflected a cold luster. Chunzong's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. Subconsciously, Chunzong's figure flashed as he dodged. A beam of sword chi pierced through the air and shot past his afterimage. The dark light sword was unsheathed. Green light filled the air. The white cloud technique was activated. Extremely pure spiritual energy instantly poured into the long sword, dyeing the green sword body white. The white light flowed like autumn water. He attacked with his sword. In the fog, Chunzong fought with the strong enemy who he couldn't see clearly. His opponent's swordsmanship was very brilliant. Every sword move was full of illusions and contained many changes. Among the changes, there was also an amazing sharpness. This swordsmanship gave Chunzong a lot of inspiration. He had a deeper understanding of the illusory cloud technique. All kinds of mysteries emerged one after another. Illusory cloud Empyrean sword. Chunzong attacked with his sword. The sword light was like a line between the sky and the water. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also contained many changes. Its lethality was not inferior to the white cloud Empyrean sword, but it had many more changes. This was the result of Chunzong integrating the mysteries of the illusory cloud technique into the white cloud Empyrean sword. It changed and became a killer move of the illusory cloud technique. The figure in the fog couldn't resist at all and was directly cut in half. As the figure was cut in half and dispersed, the surrounding fog also quickly dissipated. When it completely disappeared, Chunzong's gaze was attracted. It was a cold light. It was also a long sword. It was inserted into the ground and released an amazing aura. Chapter 1078. The name of the sword was Cold Edge, a grade 4 spirit artifact. It possessed the strength of a standard transcendent realm 4th layer, stronger than the profound light sword. When the Cold Edge sword entered his hand, a trace of coldness flowed through it like flowing water. The sword light was dazzling and cold. The Cold Edge sword in his hand was more comfortable than the profound light sword. It could also further improve Chunzong's strength. Putting the profound light sword into his storage ring and carrying the Cold Edge sword on his waist, Chunzong looked around and stepped forward again. His first harvest made Chunzong look forward to the myriad treasures hidden realm even more. Perhaps he could improve even more here. The sooner he improved, the sooner he could return to Blue Wave's world. After settling his grudges, he could come to this world to cultivate in peace improve himself comprehensively, and pursue the Tao of transcendence. This thought flashed through Chunzong's mind, and he couldn't help but recall the scene of the universe he had seen when he had an opportunity in Blue Wave's world. That kind of ice-cold, profound, magnificent, vast, and boundless mysterious scene continuously attracted Chunzong. At that time, Chunzong had an idea. One day, he would definitely go to the vast and endless void of the universe to wander freely. But now the gap was too big. Thinking about the huge figure he saw in the universe, the more his cultivation improved, the more he felt that the cold figure was powerful. Even the floating clouds king couldn't compare to it. Collecting his thoughts, he should improve himself as much as possible. Junior brothers, let's disperse and look for opportunities. We'll gather at the exit in a month, said the leader of the Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples. Yes, senior brother Long. Senior brothers, see you in a month. The dozen or so Big Dipper Tyrant sect disciples dispersed and each chose a direction. Are you going to obediently hand it over, or do you want me to beat you to death and search your corpse for it? Su Shixiang stared coldly in front of him. Su Shixiang, don't go too far. The middle-aged man glared at Su Shixiang. He was a rogue cultivator with a transcendent realm's 6th layer cultivation. He was considered an expert among rogue cultivators, but he was too weak in front of Su Shixiang. It seems like you have made your choice. Su Shixiang snickered. He flicked his finger, and thunder burst appeared. The rogue cultivator had no time to dodge or even react. His glabella was pierced through from the back of his head, and he died instantly. Su Shixiang made a grabbing motion, and the rogue cultivator's storage ring flew into his hand. Su Shixiang's face was filled with disdain as he inspected it. There was only one thing in this rogue cultivator's storage ring that piqued his interest. Everything else was trash to him. There were also beasts living in the Myriad Treasures secret realm. These beasts were cultivated by the Myriad Treasures sect in the past. They were called treasure beasts. The uniqueness of the 10,000 Treasures secret territory and the methods of the cultivators of the 10,000 Treasures sect in the past were to combine the essence of demonic beasts with the power of the 10,000 Treasures secret territory and condense them into demonic beasts. As long as one could kill them, one would be able to obtain treasures. This treasure could be a spirit artifact or a spirit pill. However, after the destruction of the 10,000 Treasures sect, the 10,000 Treasures mysterious territory became an ownerless place. Gradually, it lost control, and the number of treasure beasts decreased. Now, they were rare. However, Chunzong's luck was not bad. He actually encountered one. It was a ferocious golden tiger. It was 8 meters long, and its tail was a few meters long. It swept across the air like a steel whip, bringing about a series of shocking whistling sounds. On the back of the golden tiger, there were even barbs that were incomparably sharp. The golden tiger's eyes were burning with golden flames as it stared at Chunzong. It made Chunzong feel like he was being ignited. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The golden tiger suddenly leaped, and its huge body brought about a shocking momentum. A gust of wind swept across, and an earth-shattering force instantly surged toward Chunzong mercilessly. Chunzong looked solemn. The impact of the golden tiger was very strong. He unsheathed his cold-edged sword, and a sword light pierced through the air. Against a treasure beast like the golden tiger, which was built from the spirit essence of demonic beasts and the power of the Myriad Treasures secret realm, the illusory Cloud Way's sword technique was not ideal. This was because the golden tiger did not have any intelligence. It only had instincts, and it was difficult to confuse it. Platinum sword body. Once the entry-level platinum sword body was displayed, a platinum aura spread across his arms, and then into the cold-edged sword. It greatly increased Chunzong's attack power. Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. The White Cloud Sky Slashing Sword had been changed by Chunzong into the Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. Its power did not decrease at all, and it even incorporated many changes. The golden tiger was very strong, and it brought great pressure to Chunzong. If he was not careful, he might be heavily injured or even killed. However, Chunzong was not afraid at all, and he went all out to deal with it. Fighting on the edge of life and death could stimulate one's potential. After half a year of seclusion, Chunzong had improved greatly in all aspects, and a part of it had also settled down. This settling down was equivalent to potential, and it could only be truly stimulated through a life and death battle. Right now, he was in the process of stimulating his potential. The fierce battle allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the illusory cloudway. All kinds of profound mysteries emerged and burst forth in his mind. The illusory cloud sky slashing sword had more changes, and it was also more agile. When the sword slashed out, it looked like it was slashing toward the opponent's head, but it was actually slashing towards the opponent's abdomen. The golden tiger was very strong, and Chunzong estimated that it would not be any weaker than a rank 8 spiritual beast. Kill. The power of the cold-edged sword was completely stimulated. The sword light was shockingly cold. This sword was extremely powerful, but Chunzong's figure was extremely agile. He had integrated a trace of the illusory cloud Dao's profoundness into the heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique. Not only did it increase the speed of his movement technique, but it also had more variations. Passing by, the incomparably tyrannical sword slashed through the golden tiger's body. The golden tiger fell forward, and a sword wound appeared on its abdomen, quickly extending to its back. There was no blood flowing out, because the treasure beast was not a demonic beast, but a unique life formed from the essence of a demonic beast and the power of the myriad treasure's secret domain. The golden tiger's body broke apart, turning into countless light rays and dissipating. In the end, it left behind a round pearl, which was a pellet. The pellet was bigger than a lotus seed, and it was golden in color. There were many patterns on it, and it looked very mysterious. When Chunzong looked at it, he realized that no matter how he looked at it, those patterns seemed to form the shape of a ferocious tiger's head. Layers of light surrounded it, and that was the pellet's halo, which only high-quality pellets would have. Waves of fragrance spread out from the pellet, and with a sniff, the fragrance entered his body. Chunzong immediately felt his body gradually heating up, as if his blood and qi were being ignited. The heat spread to every part of his body, and Chunzong felt that his bones and muscles were changing, becoming stronger and stronger. Body refinement pellet. Chunzong's eyes lit up. His body refinement cultivation had been increasing slowly, and even if he cultivated the true flame body refinement technique to the extreme and grasped the technique intent, it was not much faster. It was far behind his qi refinement cultivation. Why was the improvement so slow? Because compared to qi refinement, body refinement was more focused on the replenishment of resources. Otherwise, the improvement would be very slow if he cultivated on his own. He did not know the name of the pellet, but he was sure that it was a body refinement pellet. Without hesitation, Chunzong swallowed it immediately. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it quickly went down into his stomach and melted instantly. At the same time, Chunzong heard a series of tiger roars coming from his stomach. Along with the tiger roars, the power of the pill continued to spread out, cleansing his body layer by layer like rolling waves. Chunzong clearly felt that with the tiger's roar and the advancement of the pellet's power, his internal organs, blood, bones, muscles, and skin were all affected and began to change. The true flame body refinement technique was activated naturally, refining and absorbing the power of the pellet. The blazing purple flame dragon power was also surging, and it let out a high-pitched dragon's roar. The dragon and tiger roared, and the dragon and tiger met. Chunzong's aura began to rise little by little. Breakthrough. Middle stage dragon power, realm level 4. With just one pellet, Chunzong's body refinement cultivation began to break through a small level as soon as the power of the pellet was released. As the power of the pellet continued to emerge and merge into Chunzong's body, it was continuously refined by the purple flame dragon power, and his aura continued to rise. when the dragon power and the purple cloud black star flame merged into one. As the dragon power increased, the purple cloud black star flame would also grow, unless it reached the upper limit of its potential. The purple flame dragon power was more powerful than ordinary dragon power, so it needed to absorb more power to increase its level. Late-stage dragon power, realm level 4. When Chun Zong's body refinement cultivation broke through again, the power of the pellet no longer emerged because it had been used up. In fact, it was not used up. At least half of it had merged into his muscles, bones, and flesh, and was slowly released to continue to strengthen Chun Zong's physique and improve his body refinement cultivation. The improvement of his body refinement cultivation did not directly increase Chun Zong's strength, but it more or less improved Chun Zong's defense, which was a good thing. There were many fortuitous encounters in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Or rather, they were not fortuitous encounters, because the things in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm were originally used by the Myriad Treasure sect to cultivate disciples. However, after so many years without the support of the Myriad Treasure's sect, the Myriad Treasure's secret realm was no longer what it used to be. However, those who entered the secret realm would more or less gain something. The only difference was whether the things they obtained were precious enough and useful to them. Of course, even if it was useless to them, they could take it out and sell it, or exchange it for something useful to them. It was rare to see someone like Chun Zong, who had obtained something useful to him twice. Using the Heavenly Crane Wind Chaser body technique, Chun Zong quickly flew forward. His speed was very fast, and there seemed to be wisps of clouds surrounding his body, making Chun Zong's body technique look a little more illusory and full of changes. This was the integration of a trace of the illusory cloud path's mystery, which improved the essence of his body technique. However, the Heavenly Crane Wind Chaser body technique was still a spiritual level middle tier, and it was very difficult to improve it to spiritual level upper tier. But in next to no time, Chun Zong noticed that instead of utilizing the Sky Crane Wind Chaser movement technique, it was better to use pure physical strength to travel, because doing so would accelerate the stimulation of the energy that had fused with the medicinal pill within his body, allowing him to advance his body refinement cultivation even faster. Chapter 1079. This steel was called the Mysterious Steel. It was one of the many treasures that the Thousand Treasures sect had placed in the Thousand Treasures secret territory. It contained many mysteries. Comprehending it would allow one to understand its mysteries and deepen one's understanding of the martial arts skills that one had cultivated. In the Thousand Treasure sealed world, there was not only one myriad mystery steel, but several of them scattered in different places. The myriad mystery steel was integrated with the Thousand Treasure sealed world and could not be taken away. Otherwise, it would destroy the Thousand Treasure sealed world. In addition, the myriad mystery steel was only useful to transcendence, so the sect that destroyed the Thousand Treasure sect back then did not touch it, leaving behind an opportunity for their descendants. Chun Zong naturally knew about the existence of the myriad mystery steel after buying the information from Ancient Knowledge Pavilion. Without hesitation, he immediately stood in front of it and began to comprehend it. On the myriad mystery steel, there seemed to be only one color, but in fact, there were many different colors, each with its own mystery. Chun Zong soon immersed himself in it, and a force rose from the myriad mystery steel and fell on Chun Zong's body, forming a translucent light film that protected Chun Zong. This was also the reason why Chun Zong dared to comprehend the myriad mystery steel with such confidence. This defensive barrier was enough to withstand attacks from a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm Master without breaking, and as soon as it was attacked, the person comprehending it would instantly wake up and react. This was also the Thousand Treasure sect's consideration. This way, the disciples who entered the Thousand Treasure sealed world would not be disturbed. After all, the purpose of the Thousand Treasure sealed world was to allow the disciples of the Thousand Treasure sect to gain experience. As soon as he immersed himself, Chun Zong felt that the environment around him seemed to have changed, But in fact, there was no change. What changed was Chunzong's mind. A sea of clouds surged, and countless clouds swirled around, constantly changing. It felt like entering the first floor of White Cloud Mountain's White Cloud Tower. Of course, the effect was not as good, but it was similar. Time flowed freely. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. After being separated from his fellow disciples, Yu Xingji went on a training trip and acquired a treasure. Unfortunately, that treasure was of some use to him at the moment, and he would rather take it back to the sect and exchange it for merit points. After all, having reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, Yang Kai was already considered a very strong master among transcendents. Some treasures were of great use to those with lower cultivation, but they were not of much use to those with higher cultivation. This was relative. Myriad profound steel. From afar, Yu Xingji saw a towering monument. Instantly, his eyes shot out a dense amount of light. As a disciple of the Big Dipper Tyrant sect, it was only natural for him to have some understanding of the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Immediately, Yu Xingji's heart burned with passion. By comprehending the Myriad Mystery Monument, his attainments in martial arts would be able to take another step forward and increase his strength. Yu Xingji immediately sped up and rushed towards the Myriad Mystery Monument. Shortly after, his eyes emitted a shocking light as he stared at the figure in front of the Myriad Mystery Monument. It's him! With just a glance, Yu Xingji recognized the figure in front of the Myriad Mystery Monument. His eyes shot out flames of anger as if they could burn everything. On the fierce, ancient battlefield, he intercepted his old opponent, Wu Lingkong, and was about to kill him. In the end, he was intercepted by someone else and even used a terrifying move to severely injure him, making him feel like he was about to die. It was terrifying. Since then, Yu Xingji's heart was filled with killing intent towards Chunzong. As long as he had the slightest chance, he would definitely blast Chunzong into pieces. Unfortunately, Chunzong joined White Cloud Mountain and became their disciple, while he joined the Big Dipper Tyrant sect and became their disciple. Originally, he thought that it would be a long time before he would meet Chunzong again. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to meet Chunzong here. An eye for an eye. Blast him into pieces. With a shake of his long spear, an extremely tyrannical aura exploded from Yu Xingji's body. His killing intent was like an erupting volcano, incomparably ferocious. The astonishing power shattered the surroundings, causing cracks to appear and quickly spread out. The terrifying power burst out, causing the ground to shatter. Yu Xingji's body rushed towards Chunzong at an astonishing speed. His speed was too fast, and a long gully was carved out on the ground, causing waves of earth to roll. Boom! Yu Xingji's spear stabbed forward like a meteor, traversing several hundred meters in an instant. This spear was incomparably tyrannical and unparalleled, as if it could shatter a mountain. Before the spear tip could pierce Chunzong's body, a spear light had already pierced through the air and shot out, directly hitting the defensive energy around Chunzong's body. Yu Xingji knew about the Myriad Mystery Monument and naturally knew about its defensive energy. The spear light hit the defensive energy and disturbed Chunzong, causing him to wake up. Once he woke up, the defensive energy of the Myriad Mystery Monument would also lose its effect. The spear light arrived first, causing the defensive energy of the Myriad Mystery Monument to lose its effect. His tyrannical attack could directly bombard Chunzong's body. With his full power, he could blast his opponent into pieces, leaving not even a corpse behind. It had to be said that Yu Xingji was very decisive. He absolutely did not give Chunzong the slightest chance or time. Once he attacked, it was a sure kill without mercy. In fact, he was also worried that Chunzong had learned some shocking techniques after entering the White Cloud Mountain and escaped from his hands. At that time, it would be even more difficult to find him. The moment the defensive energy was attacked, Chunzong sensed it and immediately woke up. His body suddenly tensed up as an indescribably terrifying pressure, extremely tyrannical and violent, bombarded him. The shocking impact was as if it wanted to shatter his body. Very strong, Chunzong knew that it would be difficult for him to withstand this attack. He absolutely could not withstand it. However, Chunzong's reaction was incomparably fast, exceeding his cultivation level. The Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement technique had long become an instinct. When that incomparably tyrannical attack arrived, Chunzong's figure naturally moved, bringing with it a kind of cloud-like transformation. It was also like a heavenly crane spreading its wings, facing the wind. An afterimage was left behind on the spot, and before it even appeared for an instant, that lifelike afterimage was shattered. An extremely terrifying power pushed forward, tearing apart the hard ground and creating a shocking gully. Finally, it hit the Myriad Mystery Tablet and exploded. The Myriad Mystery Monument was indeed a treasure. After withstanding such a tyrannical attack, it was still intact. Yu Xingji was also a little surprised that he did not kill Chunzong with one attack. Chunzong's reaction speed was too fast, but he did not stop at all. His spears swept out, creating a terrifying storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Rumbling sounds swept out, and the storm contained an extremely shocking qi, sharp and tyrannical. After nearly a year, Yu Xingji's cultivation had not only increased by a lot, his strength had also greatly increased, and his spear technique had also become more tyrannical. However, although his improvement was great, Chunzong's improvement was even greater. Because Chunzong came from the Blue Cloud sect, a 4-star sect, while Yu Xingji came from a top 6-star sect. The greater the difference, the more obvious the improvement. A sword light flashed, incomparably sharp and cold. The sword tore the storm apart and mercilessly attacked Yu Xingji. Chunzong also recognized Yu Xingji. He knew that this person held a grudge against him for what happened last time and already had the intention to kill him. Now that he attacked, it was confirmed. Since that was the case, then he would kill the opponent. Chunzong attacked with his sword and did not show any mercy. Yu Xingji was an enemy and had the intention to kill him, so he should be killed. The sword tore the storm apart and attacked Yu Xingji. The storm dissipated, and Yu Xingji's face was cold. His spear swept horizontally, as if it could shatter a mountain. After entering the Big Dipper Overlord sect, Yu Xingji cultivated a new spear technique, which was extremely powerful and tyrannical. Every spear attack seemed to have used up all of its strength, and it wanted to shatter Chunzong. Chunzong displayed the illusion cloud sword technique, and the clouds surged and changed. Using skill to break through strength, and in close combat, it immediately made Yu Xingji unable to display his tyrannical strength to his heart's content. The martial arts of the Big Dipper Overlord sect emphasized bravery and strength, especially the spear technique. It was bold and powerful, but it was somewhat lacking in terms of variations. Yu Xingji also knew his shortcomings, but he did not panic. Instead, his face darkened, and he lowered his waist into a horse stance. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura exploded from his body. With a boom, an astonishing aura surged, as if flames were soaring into the sky. The surrounding ground was completely shattered, and inch-by-inch cracks appeared. The terrifying power even forced Chunzong to retreat. Big Dipper Battle Chi. This was the true inheritance of the Big Dipper Overlord sect. It was a secret art, yet not a secret art. It was very unique and tyrannical. Chunzong was pushed back by the impact, and Yu Xingji immediately smashed out with his spear as if it could shatter a mountain, causing Chunzong's face to change greatly. This spear was driven by Big Dipper Battle Chi, and its power was even more terrifying. Under the spear's shaft, the air was directly compressed, and like a mountain falling down, Chunzong's body tensed up. Dragon force erupted. A tyrannical force impacted every part of his body. Resisting this pressure, Chunzong displayed his Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement skill to the extreme and quickly dodged to the side. With a boom, the place where he stood was shattered by the terrifying power of the spear, but the spear was still under Yu Xingji's arms and fiercely swept forward, blocking Jiangduanyue. Under Big Dipper Battle Qi, the power of each of Yu Xingji's spear attacks increased by at least 50%. Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer, while Yu Xingji's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. The difference of one layer was very obvious, and under normal circumstances, such a gap would be fatal. In particular, Yu Xingji was a genius who was designated as a heaven-grade disciple by the Big Dipper Overlord sect and cultivated a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art. However, Chunzong was not an ordinary person, and was even more of a genius than Yu Xingji. Although Chunzong's cultivation was one layer lower than Yu Xingji's, Chunzong had cultivated a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art to the 13th layer, and because of the Black Lotus demonic fire, his spirit qi had been purified, greatly increasing its purity. It was equivalent to the 15th to 16th layer of the White Cloud Extreme True Art. This kind of spirit qi purity was undoubtedly astonishing. One had to know that a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even the heaven-grade disciples who had entered the sect several years earlier than Chunzong were not necessarily better than Chunzong in terms of the White Cloud Extreme True Art. The 10th layer. Yu Xingji was also a genius. In recent years, he had cultivated a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art to the 10th layer and displayed his Big Dipper Battle Qi, greatly increasing his power, but he was still unable to surpass Chunzong. Chapter 1080. Thousand Gene Spear. His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. The sound of thunder surged and tore through all directions. This spear seemed to weigh more than 1,000 gene, and the heavenly Dipper Battle Qi added to it made its power terrifying to the extreme. The spear stabbed out, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping forward. Its momentum was like a thunderbolt, and it was more terrifying than any of the previous spears. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was completely enveloped by this spear. The air was compressed, and it was as hard as a steel plate, containing the power to shatter everything. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh. The Heavenly Dipper Tyrant sect's secret arts were truly terrifying. The spirit energy they cultivated was inclined to be strong and overbearing, and the Heavenly Dipper Battle Qi was even more terrifying. Fortunately, although Yu Xingji's cultivation was much higher than his, there was a clear gap between them in terms of secret arts and secret arts. If it was an ordinary early Transcendent Realm 8th layer cultivator, they would not be Chunzong's opponent at all, but Yu Xingji was not an ordinary cultivator, but a top genius. Yu Xingji was very strong, so it would not be easy for Chunzong to kill him. Under this spear strike, the space in front of Chunzong seemed to solidify, making it difficult for him to breathe. Heart Sword Force. White Cloud Force. Illusory Cloud, Void, Slashing Sword. Although Chunzong had mastered the power of Purple Flame, it was still unable to fuse with the White Cloud Force and Heart Sword Force. Naturally, it could not be integrated into this sword strike to enhance its power. Otherwise, Chunzong's attack power would have been greatly enhanced. Spear and sword collided, creating an astonishing shockwave that tore through the air. The surrounding ground was ravaged and shattered, as if it had been trampled by a giant beast. The myriad mystery steel was repeatedly impacted, but it remained intact. Even a half-step saint would find it difficult to damage it, unless it was a Saint Realm Master. Of course, at this time, neither Chunzong nor Yu Xingji cared about the myriad mystery steel. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill the other. Especially Yu Xingji, his killing intent towards Chunzong's sword again and again. How long had it been? The weakling in front of him had now become so strong. What kind of talent was this? If he was given a few more years, wouldn't he surpass him? Dragon-slaying spear. Yu Xingji unleashed his strongest move. His arms gripped the long spear tightly as his muscles bulged. His upper body seemed to be filled with air, and his veins protruded as he unleashed his strongest power. His Heavenly Dipper Battle Qi also surged into the long spear. The rumbling sound was earth-shattering, and it was as if an astonishing dragon's roar was heard. First, it was incomparably high up in the sky, shaking people's souls. Then, the resounding dragon's roar became sharp, bringing with it a bit of mournfulness, as if it was being slaughtered. This spear could slay dragons. Of course, it didn't mean that one could truly slay a true dragon. It was just a saying. After all, dragons were extremely powerful existences. Slaying a dragon meant that one's power was extremely terrifying. It could also be considered a grand wish of the person who created this move. Chunzong's hair stood on end. He felt as if he would wail and struggle under this horrifying spear. This spear was not only powerful, but it also contained a kind of impact on the spiritual level. It could disintegrate one's will and make one lose all resistance. If a person's will was not strong enough, facing this spear, they would most likely be injured or even killed. 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. Chunzong muttered silently. Countless clouds instantly spread out, covering all directions. His figure swayed and split into two. One wielded a sword and attacked the dragon-slaying spear, while the other attacked Yuxingji. The two figures gave Yuxingji the feeling that they were both real. The dragon-slaying spear was extremely powerful. The figure was instantly hit, paused for a moment, and then exploded like smoke. The other figure had a cold expression, holding a sword and attacking with a chilling aura. Yuxingji's long spear shook and suddenly rotated. He used the other end of the spear to fiercely lift it up, colliding with the sword. Yuxingji was a top genius. His basic spear arts were naturally very solid, and his adaptability was extremely fast. 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. Chunzong used it again. This move was the move that Chunzong had comprehended after using the myriad mystery steel to deepen his understanding of the illusory cloudway. Different from the illusory cloud void slashing sword, the 100 Illusions Cloud Mist fully unearthed the illusory cloud way's Tao of transformations. This move had many transformations and was most suitable to deal with cultivators like Yuxingji. The surrounding clouds and mist interfered with Yuxingji's vision, making it harder for him to make a judgment. Two figures wielded swords and attacked from the left and right. Both swords were real and carried Chunzong's full strength. Kill. Yuxingji was incomparably solemn. 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. In an instant, three figures appeared, causing Yuxingji to be extremely shocked. Under the siege of the three figures, Yuxingji was injured. Damn it! Yuxingji's face was filled with horror. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough contribution points to exchange for the celestial body of the Celestial Dipper Overlord sect, he wouldn't have been injured by the other party. At this moment, Yuxingji was also very regretful. In order to accumulate contribution points to exchange for the Celestial Dipper Overlord body, he didn't exchange for other secret techniques. The secret technique that he cultivated previously was only of the 3rd grade and couldn't keep up with the current situation. With his injury, his strength was affected and reduced. It was impossible for him to kill the other party. Making a prompt decision, Yuxingji immediately retreated, intending to escape. After recuperating from his injury and increasing his strength, he would take revenge. However, Chunzong was already prepared. Once again, he used the 100 Illusions Cloud Mist. Three figures wielded swords and attacked from 3 different directions. Yuxingji could only block one of them, but he couldn't block the other 2. This move that was full of transformations was too mysterious for him. Seeing Yuxingji fall to the ground under his sword with his eyes wide open and full of unwillingness, Chunzong heaved a sigh of relief. This Yuxingji was indeed a strong enemy, especially after becoming a disciple of the Celestial Dipper Overlord sect. His strength had become even more tyrannical. If he continued to live, he might bring some trouble to Chunzong in the future. Chunzong didn't like trouble. It was best to put an end to it. However, the long spear that Yuxingji used wasn't ordinary. It was a 5th grade spiritual weapon, 1 grade higher than the cold edge sword in his hand. Its value wasn't low, so Chunzong put it away. Then, Yuxingji's storage ring was also taken by Chunzong. Chunzong wasn't in a hurry to check the storage ring. Instead, he flicked his finger and a wisp of black flame shot out. It landed on Yuxingji's corpse and burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire corpse was covered. With a terrifying high temperature, Yuxingji's body was turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. After doing all this, Chunzong checked Yuxingji's storage ring. Yuxingji's storage ring was of the 4th grade. It was the same as Chunzong's storage ring, but there were many things stored inside. There were elixirs and vitality stones. For Chunzong, vitality stones were still very important. They could replenish the power of the Heartsword seal. After checking the things inside Yuxingji's storage ring, Chunzong found something. He found a jade box with a very unique appearance. The jade box was octagonal and blood red, as if it was carved from blood red jade. It emitted a faint fluctuation of vitality. It was very pure. The blood red jade box was cold to the touch and felt very good. It made Chunzong feel that it was very extraordinary. He guessed that the things inside should also be extraordinary. When he opened it, layers of halos spread out, accompanied by bursts of exotic fragrance. When the exotic fragrance hit his nose, Chunzong could feel that his spiritual wheels were spinning faster. His spiritual power seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and fluctuated. This was an elixir. It was a silver-white elixir. It didn't seem to be refined from any spiritual medicine. Instead, it seemed to be some kind of metal. There is no doubt that this was an elixir that could improve the cultivation of qi cultivation. My luck is not bad, Chunzong said secretly. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. Previously, he had obtained the cold-edge sword, which was suitable for him. He also obtained an unknown body refinement elixir. After taking it, his body refinement cultivation increased. Now, the elixir was still being released. When he encountered the myriad mystery steel, he comprehended its mysteries. Although he was interrupted, he still comprehended the 100 illusions cloud mist. It was very profound. In the end, he killed Yuxingji and got rid of a problem. Because of this, he even obtained an elixir that, although he didn't know the name, could improve the cultivation of qi cultivation. Chunzong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately threw the elixir into his mouth and swallowed it. When the elixir entered his stomach, it didn't immediately dissolve. Instead, it fell into his qi sea and kept spinning. It released traces of silver mist that quickly spread out and merged with the 7th spiritual wheel. Chunzong looked inside himself and felt that it was very magical. It turned out that this elixir was different from other elixirs. It didn't dissolve immediately after consumption. Instead, it slowly released its medicinal power and merged with the spiritual wheel to improve the cultivation. This speed was twice as fast as when he wholeheartedly operated his cultivation method. In other words, as long as the medicinal power of the elixir wasn't exhausted, Chunzong could cultivate at twice the speed. However, he didn't know how much medicinal power this elixir had. How much could it improve his cultivation? Chunzong turned around. His gaze passed through the broken ground and landed on the intact myriad mystery steel. His eyes flashed with regret. This myriad mystery steel could only be comprehended once. After it was interrupted, it couldn't be continued. If Yuxingji hadn't interrupted him, his mastery of the 100 illusions cloud mist would have been even more profound. He hoped that he could find other myriad mystery steels and comprehend them. Very good. Stomping his feet, a tyrannical power erupted and pushed his body forward. The ground cracked as Chunzong's body turned into an arrow and shot forward at an astonishing speed. His muscles trembled, and like flowing water, waves after waves of energy surged, unceasingly rushing towards his legs before slamming into the ground, causing his speed to become even faster. This was to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal efficacy of the unknown body refinement pill, thus increasing his body refinement cultivation. Outside the Thousand Treasures Mountain Valley, cultivators constantly rushed over from afar. When they saw the teleportation gate, they didn't hesitate and immediately entered. More and more people entered the Thousand Treasures hidden domain just to obtain opportunities. Without opportunities, one would have to put in a lot of time and effort to cultivate on their own, and they might not be able to improve much. Therefore, opportunities were extremely important. Sometimes one opportunity was better than 10 years of hard work, or even dozens of years of hard work. Every expert, although they had experienced many life and death situations, none of them became strong by relying on their own efforts. Every one of them had more than one opportunity. Perhaps his luck had run out. Chunzong didn't encounter any more opportunities, but he met Su Shixiao. Chapter 1081. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Su Shixiao clenched his fist and punched out fiercely, overbearing and violent, like a volcano erupting in an instant, destroying everything in its path. The terrifying fist energy was like a dragon's roar, shattering the sky. The pressure of the fist cut open the ground, and a ravine rushed forward, like waves of water surging to both sides. Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank. So strong. The power of this blow is not inferior to Yu Xingji's. In fact, it is even more ferocious. Su Shixiao's cultivation was at the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, and the secret art he cultivated was also a top-ranked spirit-grade secret art. He had been cultivating it for a long time, so his spirit energy was much stronger than Yu Xingji's. Chunzong had already seen Su Shixiao's character before entering 10,000 Treasures Mountain Valley. Arrogant, overbearing, and scrupulous, and acting on his own whims. This was a lawless person. A person with amazing talent and strength who acted without restraint was undoubtedly terrifying. Now, because Chunzong refused to hand over his storage ring, Su Shixiao wanted to kill Chunzong and take the storage ring from his corpse. Chunzong, on the other hand, was never a person who would resign himself to fate. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you in return, simple and direct. Facing Su Shixiao's extremely ferocious fist, Chunzong's aura fluctuated as he waved out his sword. Sword chi spread out like smoke and mist, suddenly bringing up a raging wave. It went from calm to violent with shocking power. Every time Chunzong fought, his swordsmanship and combat ability would improve, especially when fighting a strong enemy. The effects were even more obvious. Using his full strength, even the purple flame dragon force, Chunzong engaged in close combat. Under the influence of the dragon force, Chunzong's sword swung faster and more explosively. The power of the purple cloud-black star flame was also terrifying, as if it could burn anything, shocking and exciting Su Shixiao. World's mystical fire. He really wanted to obtain this world's mystical fire, but unfortunately, world's mystical fire was very precious and difficult to obtain. He had not expected this person to have it. If he killed him, that world's mystical fire would be his. Boom! Boom! Su Shixiao clenched his fists tightly and punched out again and again. Every punch seemed to be filled with his full strength, carrying with it a terrifying power. It was like a volcanic eruption, smashing everything into pieces. Every punch shook the sky and shattered the vacuum. The fist and the sword collided again and again, and each time an astonishing power was released, tearing the surroundings apart. Chunzong performed the illusory cloud sword art to the extreme. Clouds and mist filled the air and surged in all directions. Every sword move became very mysterious and contained many changes. However, Su Shixiao was not someone that Xingji could compare to. Although he was arrogant, his strength was really strong. With just his fists, he was able to withstand Chunzong's sword without suffering any damage. In fact, each of his punches brought great pressure to Chunzong. Illusory cloud sky slashing sword. When the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into a line. It was like a ray of light that connected the sky and the water. It was like an aurora that separated the heaven and the earth. That ray of light was fluctuating and changing constantly. If one looked closely, one could see that the ray of light was formed by countless fine sword chi. Countless fine sword chi fluctuated constantly, causing the white sword chi to be full of changes. Su Shixiang's expression suddenly changed. There were so many changes in this sword that he could not see through it. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up and a cold smile hung on it. If he could not see through it, then so be it. He would just smash it. His fists shook and the power of the spiritual weapon surged. Tyrannical power gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Using force to break technique. Brilliant techniques could be used to break the opponent's strength, making it impossible to dodge or defend. However, at the same time, tyrannical power could also push everything aside and break all the ever-changing techniques. Using force to break technique was not absolute. It was relative and completely dependent on the person. If one's technique was strong enough, they could break technique with force. If one's strength was strong enough, they could ignore all techniques. For example, if one could sink a piece of land with one punch, then it would be useless no matter how many changes there were. It would still be shattered. When Chen Zong fought with Yu Xingji, he did not have this feeling. However, when he fought with Su Shixiang, this feeling became very obvious. Su Shixiang's strength was very strong and vigorous. His spiritual energy was very shocking. 100 Illusions Cloud. In the midst of the cloud, Chen Zong's figure swayed and split into three. Holding swords, they attacked from three directions. Su Shixiang was shocked again. The changes in this move were more subtle than the previous one. However, so what? He would smash them all. Under the terrifying double fists, Chen Zong's three figures were bombarded. Two of them were smashed, and one of them was pushed back. Su Shixiang took a step forward. Without any changes, he just punched fiercely. The fist force covered all directions and suppressed the vacuum. 100 Illusions Cloud. Chen Zong used it again, but it was still smashed by Su Shixiang's double fists. Su Shixiang smirked. It's useless. It's useless. You're too weak. However, I can see that you're talent. Surrender to me and give me the special fire of heaven and earth. Then I'll spare your life. Facing a terrifying opponent like Su Shixiang, a normal person's would have been shaken. However, Chen Zong was not. He kept using the 100 Illusions Cloud and began to improve. In a flash, 4 figures came with swords. Su Shixiang was shocked. With one more figure, there would be more changes and more pressure. Su Shixiang tried his best to smash the 3 figures and resist the attack of Chen Zong's real body. Platinum Sword Body. The platinum aura quickly spread up and covered Chen Zong's arms. It then spread to the cold edge sword, greatly increasing its power. 100 Illusions Cloud. The 4 figures came with even more power. Su Shixiang attacked and smashed the 3 figures, but he was unable to push back Chen Zong. Chen Zong's sword pierced through the air and slashed at Su Shixiang's back, tearing his robes apart. The cold-edged sword was blocked. Under Su Shixiang's robes was an inner armor with amazing defensive power. The inner armor was also broken by the cold-edged sword, but it blocked the cold-edged sword for a moment, giving Su Shixiang time to react. You succeeded in angering me. Su Shixiang's face sank. If it weren't for the inner armor blocking the attack, he would have been injured. Even when he fought with Zhang Zai, he wasn't injured. He didn't even need to use his full strength. However, this person's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 7th layer. Even when he used his full strength, he still couldn't defeat him and was almost injured. Rage. Su Shixiang was really angry. He felt as if a high and mighty god had been injured by an ant. That's right. Su Shixiang thought of himself as high and mighty, superior to others. Since you've angered me, you'll have to bear the consequences of my anger. Su Shixiang's expression became more and more ferocious as the pupils in his eyes changed, becoming vertical slits that exuded a cold and tyrannical aura. With a shake of his left arm, an extremely terrifying force burst forth from it. Cold, tyrannical, frigid, filled with an evil aura. In an instant, the sleeve on Su Shixiang's left arm exploded, like countless butterflies fluttering in the air. A scarlet aura spread to his left arm, and a strange sound rang out. Su Shixiang's left arm seemed to have been injected with something terrifying, and it underwent a mutation. It rapidly expanded, and black lines protruded from under his skin, settling down on his skin like a brand, condensing into thumbnail-sized scales. Black scales, scarlet energy, and a cold and tyrannical evil aura. Su Shixiang's left arm changed greatly in that instant. It grew twice as long and twice as thick. It looked like the arm of an evil dragon, the unique bloodline of the 1,000-year-old Su family, evil dragon's arm. As soon as the evil dragon's arm appeared, Su Shixiang's pupils turned into vertical slits, looking extremely cold and evil. A terrifying aura filled the air, extremely tyrannical. With a boom, Su Shixiang's left arm suddenly attacked Shenzong. It was extremely fast and carried an extremely terrifying power. With his powerful spiritual sense, Shenzong was the first to sense it, but he felt like he couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. He barely had time to swing his sword, but Shenzong already felt an extremely terrifying power bombarding him. The power was like an erupting volcano, but also like a collapsing mountain. It was extremely tyrannical, beyond what he could bear. Under this attack, the cold-edged sword trembled. Shenzong felt like the web between his thumb and forefinger was about to be torn apart, and even his arm felt like it was about to be destroyed. His entire body flew backward like a meteor, his blood and qi churning, his muscles aching, and his 7 spirit wheels also stopped spinning. Strong. This kind of power had at least doubled. Su Shixiang's strength was already very strong, and if it was doubled, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. After this attack, Su Shixiang didn't stop at all. He waved his left arm again, and his sharp claws tore through the air. With a scarlet evil aura, he mercilessly attacked Shenzong. In an instant, the left arm seemed to extend endlessly, and in an instant, it approached Shenzong and grabbed him fiercely. Shenzong couldn't help but tremble. That kind of cold and tyrannical aura seemed to be dragging him into an abyss. He forcefully operated his spirit wheels, mobilized all the power in his body, and used the heavenly crane wind chaser movement technique to quickly retreat. With a boom, the evil dragon's arm bombarded the ground, creating a huge crater. In the endless dust, Shenzong was constantly pushed back by the aftershock. He immediately summoned Riding White Cloud and rose into the air as fast as he could. Riding White Cloud had this kind of advantage. It had the advantage of being in the air. Riding White Cloud, you're a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Su Shixiang's evil and cold vertical pupils stared at the white cloud in the sky, and the words he spoke became cold and tyrannical. Shenzong ignored Su Shixiang and used all his strength to ride White Cloud and quickly left. He had no choice. This Su Shixiang was very strong, and with his current strength, he wasn't a match for him. Since he wasn't a match for him, there was no need to stay and fight to the death. So what if you're a disciple of White Cloud Mountain? Su Shixiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The scarlet aura disappeared, and the evil dragon's arm returned to normal. He used his movement technique to chase after Shenzong. He couldn't fly, but he could chase after Shenzong on the ground. As long as Shenzong landed, he could attack again. Shenzong glanced down and ignored him. He also didn't ride White Cloud too quickly. Instead, he maintained a high altitude, an altitude that Su Shixiang couldn't reach, and took some pills to recover his spirit energy and heal his injuries. Seeing White Cloud slowing down, Su Shixiang also slowed down. He raised his head from time to time and was secretly angry. He couldn't fly and didn't have any long-distance skills, so he could only stare. Chapter 1082. Riding on the White Cloud's full speed, it was extremely fast. It flew across the sky, leaving behind a long white tail that slowly dispersed. Below, Su Shixiang was in hot pursuit. The rare fire of heaven and earth. Su Shixiang was obsessed with Shenzong's rare fire of heaven and earth. If he could get it, his overall strength would be improved. Moreover, Chunzong had to die, otherwise he would be a big problem for him. To Chunzong, Su Shixiang, who was like a maggot in his bones, was also a problem. After all, his current strength was still not strong enough. He could only see if there was a chance to get rid of Su Shixiang temporarily. An intense roar shook the world. Immediately, a cluster of blazing firelight shot towards the sky. It was as though a raging fire was burning the sky as it spread, causing a large portion of the sky to be dyed red. A shocking heat was just like an invisible wave that swept across the world and wreaked havoc in all directions. A gust of wind formed by the heat blew, making Chunzong's long hair and robe flutter. The shocking heat seemed to be burning his body to a crisp. Su Shixiang, who was running at high speed on the ground, was also shocked. He could feel the terrifying heat rushing towards him. His eyes were fixed on the distance ahead. The fire soared into the sky, like a huge volcano erupting with endless power. This kind of power was too terrifying. It made Chunzong and Su Shixiang's hearts tremble. They felt that if they were hit by that power, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. What is that? It's so scary. Su Shixiang's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He quickly looked up at the sky and fixed his gaze on Chunzong. His eyes were sharp and fierce. Su Shixiang made a decision in an instant. He gave up on Chunzong and quickly rushed toward the fire. Compared to Chunzong, Su Shixiang felt that the fire was more important. Looking at Su Shixiang's rapidly departing figure, Chunzong's eyes were fixed on the fire. His face was full of seriousness. Very far, even though Chunzong was very far away from the source of the soaring flames, he could clearly feel the intense heat. Even the purple cloud-black star flame in his body was trembling. Suppression. That heat was much stronger than the purple cloud-black star flames. That was why the purple cloud-black star flame felt so suppressed. After thinking for a while, Chunzong changed his direction. Although Chunzong was very curious and wanted to get the thing with the fire, he knew that it was very dangerous. For example, Su Shixiang had chased after them. However, there were many people who were more powerful than Su Shixiang who had entered the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Moreover, even if he chased after them, he might not be able to obtain the treasure. After thinking for a while, Chunzong gave up and changed his direction to look for other opportunities. It was hard to find opportunities while flying in the sky. Now that Su Shixiang had left, Chunzong landed on the ground and used his dragon power to hasten his journey. He wanted to speed up the spread of the body-refining pill so that his body could absorb it faster. As for the other chi-refining pill, it continuously released pure energy into Chunzong's seventh spirit wheel, constantly improving his chi-refining cultivation, gradually approaching the middle stage of the transcendent realm 7th layer. The ground cracked, as if a giant beast had awakened from its slumber and soared into the sky. Thick cracks appeared in the ground, like scars on the earth. Raging flames spurted out from the cracks and soared into the sky. There were hundreds of thick cracks, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The fire at the center of the cracks was the densest, shooting straight up into the sky, as if it wanted to break the sky of the Myriad Treasure secret realm. The heat was unparalleled, containing a trace of indescribable dominance and sharpness, like the edge of a sword, invincible. Many figures rushed over from all directions. However, they stopped 10,000 meters away and circulated their cultivation methods. Spiritual energy surged and filled their bodies, resisting the intense heat that was enough to melt gold and iron. Even so, most people felt uncomfortable, as if the heat was about to burn them to a crisp. A figure suddenly passed by the crowd, flying forward at an astonishing speed. This figure was covered in a layer of golden flames that burned fiercely, isolating himself from the heat as much as possible. Venerable Golden Flame. A group of people recognized the identity of this figure. It was none other than the prestigious 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master, Venerable Golden Flame. At first glance, the name Venerable Golden Flame seemed to be related to his golden flame, earth-shaking bear, but in fact, only those who truly understood Venerable Golden Flame understood that his name came from his cultivation. Golden Flame, true art. This was the inheritance Venerable Golden Flame obtained in his early years. After many years of cultivation and opportunities, he finally cultivated it to the peak, transforming his spirit chi into golden flames. Although golden flames could not compare to world spirit flames, they were not inferior by much. This was Venerable Golden Flame's specialty. In the blink of an eye, Venerable Golden Flame was rapidly approaching the center. However, the deeper he went, the higher the temperature became. From time to time, flames would spurt out from the cracks. It was extremely frightening. Venerable Golden Flame did not dare to face it head-on. He quickly dodged, displaying an extremely brilliant movement technique and experience. However, when Venerable Golden Flame reached the 5-kilometer mark, his expression became extremely dignified, and he stopped, not daring to move forward. In front of him, countless flames constantly sprayed out from the ground, densely packed without any gaps. Moreover, the temperature was so high that Venerable Golden Flame felt that his Golden Flame True Art would not be able to resist it. If he was even slightly careless, he was likely to be struck, and even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Venerable Golden Flame's old face became dignified as his brow furrowed. Although the center of the crack was a great attraction to him, he was a cautious person and did not intend to continue forward as it was too risky. The reason Venerable Golden Flame was able to survive until now was because he was cautious enough and did not make enemies with others as much as possible. Those who live in the same era as him had either become Saint Realm Masters or had already turned into bones. Making up his mind, Venerable Golden Flame immediately turned around, his eyes widening as he stared at a figure flying through the sky at an astonishing speed. When the figure flew past him at an extremely fast speed, it brought with it a blazing gust of wind that caused Venerable Golden Flame's body to sway as if he was about to be blown away. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but then an extremely sharp roar made him dizzy. This speed, after Venerable Golden Flame stabilized his body, he quickly looked back and saw that the figure had already entered the 5-kilometer mark and was rapidly approaching the center. The speed was so fast that he was horrified. Half-step Saint. Venerable Golden Flame's expression became even more dignified. It was a half-step Saint Master. Having lived for many years, Venerable Golden Flame had seen many half-step Saints and Saint Realm Masters, so he could tell that the figure just now was a half-step Saint Master. A half-step Saint Master had actually entered the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. It felt like an adult had joined a child's game. However, the Myriad Treasure's secret realm only restricted entry to Saint Realm Masters and did not restrict entry to half-step Saints. If a half-step Saint Master wanted to enter, there was nothing he could do. The half-step Saint Master ignored the others and stared straight ahead. Through the blazing flames, he saw a shadow in the flames. It was the shadow of a sword. Or rather, there was a sword artifact inside. Half-step Saint Artifact. The half-step Saint Master's eyes shone brightly like the sun. Half-step Saint Artifact. It was a powerful weapon that surpassed spirit artifacts and possessed the strength of a half-step Saint Master. Naturally, it was more precious than a spirit artifact. Most half-step Saints did not have a half-step Saint Artifact to use. Being able to use a grade 9 spirit artifact was already very good. Only those top half-step Saints or those with extremely good luck could wield a half-step Saint Artifact. A tyrannical power filled his body, isolating him from the blazing heat. The half-step Saint Master directly rushed towards the center of the flames, instantly submerging into the sky. These flames were released by the half-step Saint Artifact and were extremely terrifying. If an ordinary 9th layer Transcendent Realm Master were to enter, they would definitely be burned to ashes within a few breaths of time. Even Venerable Golden Flame would not be able to last more than 10 breaths of time. His cloak fluttered as layers of power surrounded his body, repelling the blazing flames as he quickly approached the half-step Saint Artifact at the center of the flames. His big hand made a grabbing motion in the air. It pierced through the raging fire and quickly reached for the hilt of the semi-sage tool. The half-saint expert's speed was extremely fast. He instantly grabbed the hilt of the long sword. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a tyrannical power erupted from the long sword. Astonishing golden flames spread rapidly. The power was extremely terrifying. Like a volcanic eruption, it directly shook off the half-saint expert's palm. You actually still want to resist. The half-step saint opened his eyes wide, and a powerful force surged out. It filled his arm and covered his palm, and an extremely dazzling red light burst out. It was as if he was holding a scorching sun. Boom! Golden flames soared into the sky with terrifying power, colliding with the half-step saint's palm. The momentum was earth-shattering. Terrifying aftershocks wreaked havoc and swept out in all directions. The flames in the outside world were instantly dispersed. The half-step saint artifact, long sword, slashed through the air. The golden flames condensed into a sword ray that traversed the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if it could tear the heavens and the earth apart as it slashed towards the half-step saint expert. The power of this sword made the expressions of everyone 10,000 meters away change greatly. It was as if they were being torn apart and burned to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Even venerable golden flame's expression turned grave. He intuitively felt that even if he were to use his full strength, he would still be injured by this sword. Submit to me. The half-step saint expert spread out his hands, carrying an extremely terrifying and tyrannical power. It was incomparably ferocious. It seemed as if it could shatter a mountain as it blasted towards the sword ray. A half-step saint artifact already possessed a considerable amount of intelligence. Although it didn't have intelligence, it had an instinct to seek luck and avoid danger. Moreover, although a half-step saint artifact's power was great, if it wasn't controlled by someone, it would be relatively rigid and unable to exert its full power. Therefore, it was simply not a match for the half-step saint expert. Making a prompt decision, the half-step saint artifact, long sword, seemed to have intelligence. It instantly broke through the air and flew away. This change immediately startled the half-step saint expert, and he was caught off guard. Don't run! A thunderous roar exploded in the sky. The half-step saint expert immediately burst out at full speed and chased after the sword ray. His biggest purpose in entering the 1,000 treasure sealed realm was to find an opportunity to break through to the saint realm. However, it was very difficult, almost impossible. Secondly, it was to improve his strength. Obtaining a half-step saint artifact was undoubtedly a great way to improve one's strength. Now that there was a half-step saint artifact, long sword in front of him, how could he let it leave and lose the opportunity to improve his strength? For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1083. A huge palace that was completely black stood on the ground. It was majestic, like a giant beast that was sleeping. Once it woke up, it would burst out with a shocking power that would sweep through the world. The gate of the Black Palace was closed. There were 3 ancient golden words on the plaque above, which emitted a mysterious aura. 100 Treasures Palace. 100 Treasures Palace. Chunzong was shocked. According to the information from Ancient Knowledge Tower, the 100 Treasures Palace was a very famous opportunity in the Myriad Treasures secret territory, but it was also very difficult. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Black Palace. His hands fell on the closed gate, and he suddenly exerted force. Waves of tyrannical power surged as the 7 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed. The dragon power surged, and the dragon roar resounded. The tyrannical power was like waves that surged endlessly, and all of it rushed towards his arms. Chunzong's robe fluttered. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the blue veins undulated like dragons and snakes. With a boom, the closed gate was suddenly pushed open by the tyrannical power of Chunzong's arms. It made an ear-piercing sound that made one's scalp tingle. When the gate was pushed open a gap, Chunzong's face suddenly changed. An extremely terrifying and blazing aura flew toward him from afar. It was so fast that Chunzong couldn't react in time, and he was already hit by the tyrannical power. In an instant, Chunzong felt that his body was penetrated, but he didn't feel any pain because the speed was so fast that it was beyond his reaction time. Don't run. A thunderous roar shattered the heavens and the earth. It rolled and swept over, causing Chunzong's mind to be in a daze. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down, or it could be said that he had entered a world where the flow of time was even slower. It was a very strange feeling. The powerful soul sense woke Chunzong up in an instant. An amazing heat came from afar. Chunzong could vaguely see a ball of dazzling red light filling the sky. The dazzling red light condensed into a huge palm, which grabbed Chunzong as if it covered the sky and the sun. The red hand was as magnificent and domineering as the sun. It was incomparably scorching. Even with the purplish cloud black star flame, Chunzong still felt as if his body was about to burn. He would die. In an instant, Chunzong knew that if he was hit by the red light hand, he would definitely die. Even if he used up all his strength, he would not be able to resist it and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Chunzong's survival instinct broke out, and all his strength surged out of his body in an instant. He felt as if his body was inflated with air, and with the most amazing strength, he immediately rushed toward the gap of the heavy door. With a boom, as if an ancient bell had been rung, an amazing sound wave swept out. On one side, it hit the door but was completely blocked by the door. On the other side, the ground outside the palace was torn apart, layer by layer, and a huge hole was blasted open. Under this terrible blow, the door, which was only slightly ajar, was violently pushed open. A gust of wind suddenly blew into the palace and bombarded Chunzong's body, forcing Chunzong to keep moving forward. With a flash of red light, the pursuing figure instantly passed through the door and entered the palace. The sharp pain of being penetrated exploded and swept through Chunzong's body, making him twitch. The sharp pain was like a surging tide, uncontrollable, and he almost fainted. But Chunzong knew very well that he couldn't faint, otherwise he would never wake up again. That was an expert, a very terrible expert. He was not someone he could compete with at present. Resisting the sharp pain, Chunzong kept rushing forward. Behind him, the terrible pressure of the expert was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. So far, Chunzong still didn't know what had happened. He was like an innocent person who was accidentally involved in danger. Explain? Would the opponent listen to his explanation? No. Moreover, to explain to a complete stranger who attacked him without mercy was undoubtedly the behavior of a weakling. At this moment, Chunzong only had one thought: escape. Escape from this fatal crisis. Hand over the half-divine weapon, and I'll spare your life. The cold and domineering voice was full of amazing killing intent, like the strong wind of the sun blowing over Chunzong, making Chunzong's heart tremble. Without hesitation, Chunzong rushed forward. The walls of the hall were circular, and there were many symbols on them. Each symbol was different. Some of the symbols were like knives, some were like swords, and some were like spears. Chunzong, who was rushing forward quickly, only had time to catch a glimpse of the strange symbol in front of him. It looked like a furnace, but also like a ball of fire that could refine everything. It emitted an incomparably wonderful fluctuation of aura that reached directly to the soul. With no time to think, Chunzong charged headfirst into it. It was as if he had just passed through the surface of water, and his body was swallowed up. The tyrannical power, like the eruption of the sun, mercilessly bombarded the wall with terrible power, making a loud noise. But it didn't hit Chunzong. Instead, Chunzong was sucked into it and disappeared. The figure flew quickly, approaching the place where Chunzong had entered, but was blocked. Damn it! The half-divine expert was furious. His eyes were like cold lightning, and his killing intent was radiating. He had chased after the half-divine weapon until here, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen, causing the half-divine expert to miss him. This is the 100 Treasure Palace. Those who enter and challenge will be sent out. I'll wait in the 100 Treasure Palace. The half-divine expert muttered to himself, his tone getting colder and colder. The Thousand Treasures secret realm would be open for a month. One had to leave within a month, otherwise, one would stay here forever and become a corpse. Therefore, the person who entered the 100 Treasure Palace couldn't stay here forever. For the sake of a half-divine weapon, it was worth waiting here for a year or even a few years, not to mention a short period of time, because it would greatly increase one's strength. Waves of severe pain assaulted Chunzong, making his face twist. The terrible heat kept swimming in his body, as if it was going to turn him into ashes. With the support of his strong will, Chunzong quickly took out some elixirs to heal his injuries. His injury was very serious. His right chest had been pierced through, and the culprit that had pierced through his right chest was a sword. The body of the sword was red, and it looked like a flawless gem. The spine and the edge of the sword were golden, and not only did it look exquisite, it also had an indescribable sharpness. Chunzong gripped the exquisite sword hilt with both of his hands, and a blazing heat immediately spread out. Chunzong exerted his strength and forcefully pulled the sword out of his chest. That kind of pain caused Chunzong's vision to darken. As soon as the sword was pulled out, Chunzong felt the elixir's power converging on the wound, but it was blocked by a terrifying force. Not only was it scorching hot, but it was also astonishingly sharp, causing the elixir's power to dissipate. Chunzong wanted to put the sword into his storage ring, but he found that the sword was already in his hand. A quasi-holy weapon. Chunzong recalled the words of the powerhouse, and his eyes suddenly became blazing. He had obtained a quasi-holy weapon before, which was the sky-climbing tower. He knew very well that the sky-climbing tower was very powerful. Now, he was lucky enough to obtain a second quasi-holy weapon, and it was a long sword. Feeling it carefully, Chunzong could feel the tyrannical power contained in this long sword. It was many times more tyrannical than his own cold-edged sword. It was even more tyrannical than the power that he possessed. However, he was able to obtain this quasi-holy weapon because it had penetrated his body. Thinking about it, Chunzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chunzong quickly looked around. It was pitch black, and only the light emitted by the quasi-holy weapon long sword illuminated the area. Let's heal first. Thinking to himself, Chunzong took out more elixirs and ran the white cloud technique. A powerful spiritual power rushed to his chest, and he also mobilized the purple flame dragon power. Relying on his own strength and the power of the elixirs, he constantly attacked the power entrenched in his chest and gradually wore it down. The power was blazing and sharp, and it was undoubtedly left by the quasi-holy weapon longsword. From this power, Chunzong further felt the tyrannical power of the quasi-holy weapon longsword. Time flew. As Chunzong's own strength and the power of the elixirs were constantly consumed, the power in his wound was also constantly consumed and finally exhausted. After all, Chunzong's strength could be controlled and recovered, but once the power in his wound was consumed, it couldn't be recovered. After completely consuming the power in his wound, Chunzong's injury quickly recovered, and it didn't take long for him to recover. After his injury was healed, Chunzong completely recovered his strength. Then he grabbed the long sword next to him and carefully observed it. The length and thickness of the sword were very much to his liking. The body of the sword was as smooth as a mirror, and it seemed to be made of flawless rubies. It was very dazzling, and the golden color on the sword ridge and the sword edge made it even more brilliant. In terms of appearance alone, this sword was better than all the weapons he had ever seen before. Of course, the power of this sword was also completely better than all the weapons he had ever seen before. I practice swordsmanship, and I'm sincere about it. In my hands, this sword can exert its strongest power. Chunzong said to himself. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Unconsciously, traces of the aura of the sword principle spread out from Chunzong's body. The long sword seemed to be able to sense it. It trembled slightly and made a melodious sound. Immediately, traces of red light flowed on the sword like water, which was very dazzling. Then, the red light spread out and sprayed out, wrapping Chunzong's body. Chunzong felt that a hot and sharp aura was entering his body little by little and spreading rapidly. However, this hot and sharp aura didn't hurt him at all. Instead, it made Chunzong feel very comfortable. This sword actually recognized Chunzong as its master on its own initiative, and Chunzong didn't need to refine it. Usually, when a normal practitioner obtained a spiritual weapon or a semi-holy weapon, they would need to refine it first. Spiritual weapons were relatively easy to refine, but semi-holy weapons had undergone a transformation and had the ability to choose their own masters, just like holy weapons. For example, Chunzong practiced swordsmanship, and he was sincere about it. He had a strong aura of the sword principle, which made the sword feel comfortable, so it recognized him as its master on its own initiative. Otherwise, he could only refine it by force. With Chunzong's current ability, it was impossible to refine this sword by force. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.